Hello everyone, welcome to the Game Development Complete course by Scalar. Before we start off with this particular session, please make sure to subscribe to Scalar's YouTube channel so that you don't miss our upcoming videos. And also if you want to learn technologies and frameworks from industry-leading experts, we conduct free masterclasses on the Scalar's events page. You can check out that link in the description. Now let's understand what are we going to cover in this particular course. To start off with, we'll be looking into the game development complete roadmap. We'll understand all the different job roles and what you'll have to learn in order to get them. Next, we'll look into data science and artificial intelligence in game development and also software engineering in gaming over the years. We'll understand what was the involvement of data science, artificial intelligence, and also software engineering in game development. After that, we'll look into future of esports in India. We'll have a quick discussion on that. After that, we'll look into the pre-production phase of game development. That is what happens before the developers actually start developing the game. And after that, we'll be looking into the Unity tutorial. We'll learn Unity from scratch, we'll understand all the basic concepts around it, and finally, we'll have an AMA with Nikhil Malankar, who is the CEO of Game Studios. So that's all the topics that are going to be covered in this particular session. Now let's get started.
So making games is a really complicated task. I'm sure you must have played a lot of games and I'm sure you must have had a ton of amazing time playing those games. But playing games and making games are two different tasks. And a lot of people might think that, making games might be a cakewalk, might be like a complete fun field to, enter yourself into. And while majority of that thought process is definitely true, obviously who wouldn't want to make games as a career, right? But if you dive a little bit deeper into that, then you come to know about the nitty-gritties of this field. So when it comes to game development, it is more or less like a software industry wherein you have to learn some technical skills in order to be proficient game developer. And after that, you have to really give your best in order to make sure that you keep on upgrading and upskilling yourself. So that's a little bit about the entire game development scenario. In terms of the scope in this field, obviously, in the recent times, there have been tons of improvements and advancements in this field. So in today's times, it is really easy for you to actually pick up the skill of game development and learn. You just have to give your time to this skill and groom yourself, and anyone essentially can become a game developer, be it a 12-year-old kid or a 40-year-old man or woman. You can really just invest your time in learning this skill and become a game developer. What do you need? Essentially, it is just your time and the right resources. Identifying the right resources is very critical, because when you get started in this field, really you are restricted only by your imagination. The field of game development is so amazing. You are essentially literally giving life to inanimate objects, which in itself is a wonderful thing to do. Now, when it comes to making games, the primary thing that you need to keep in mind is, why do you actually want to choose game development as a field? All right, you like playing games, that's one thing. That can be a really good motivator, but why choose game development? Let's also deep dive into all the external aspects on what would make a game development a really good field for you to be a part of. One is definitely the creative aspect. You get to create some really amazing games and you get to work on ideas that can potentially become really successful. As a really good case of example, I would give an example of this game called Flappy Bird. Now, Flappy Bird was developed by a Vietnamese developer, and what he had done was he had uploaded the game and essentially just forgotten about it. And then one fine day, what happened is a really big popular YouTuber by the name PewDiePie ended up making a video wherein the title of the video was "Do not play this game." And this video essentially covered how frustrating this game was. And as I mentioned, Flappy Bird was a game that was developed by this Vietnamese developer, and he had almost forgotten about it. But instantly after that video of PewDiePie, this game became an overnight success. And at its peak, it was earning almost more than $50,000 per day from ad revenue itself. So that can be the second motivator, which is money. Obviously, if you want to survive in any field or advance in your career, you need money as a motivator to make sure that you are upskilling yourself, as well as whatever you're doing. Everything essentially boils down to your money making skills. So be it programming, be it business development, be it making art, everything really boils down to how you are able to use your skill to monetize yourself. It's Everything just literally boils down to that. So certainly that can be one way to look at it. The third thing is just to be a part of this industry and make sure that whatever you are making really makes a difference in someone's life. You can look at it from a perspective that whatever you are developing today will potentially be played by thousands or millions of users. So you get to learn about people's psychology, and you get to impact people in meaningful ways through games. Nowadays, a lot of institutes also rely on games to educate their students. Gamification has become a big umbrella term wherein people are now using games to actually educate people, not just in terms of school education, but also in terms of actual training, hands-on training, simulations, etc., etc. A lot of flight simulation really happens on a computer, which is in fact a part and a form of a game. So there have been a lot of simulations. There have been a lot of interesting entertainment avenues. There have been all of this research that is going into actually making games. So this is literally the best time to start your career in game development. Literally, there is, I think, very few other professions such as game development. And is there a scope in this career? Absolutely, absolutely there is, and that's primarily because in the recent times there have been so many advancements, be it in terms of the technological advancements, be it in terms of the ease of you entering into this industry, be it in terms of the support and infrastructure that has been growing all around us. Everything literally has aided us to ensure that game development becomes a really easy skill to acquire. There are also different ways that you can structure this, and you can approach it either from a pure self-learning perspective, or you can go ahead and join an institute and spend some amount to also acquire a degree. And there have been like really good institutes over the last few years that are actually also offering degree courses in game development. Some of them are in India, some of them are abroad, but largely speaking, I think if you are able to afford that formal education, by all means go for it, because a lot of the better institutes also offer you placements. That's one thing. The other thing can be like you just want to essentially secure a job for yourself making games, and that's also a fun thing to do. Obviously not as fun as you might imagine it to be, but certainly a majority of the part is fun and games, because you're literally making games, which is a source of entertainment for tons of people. So you can kind of build up your resume, and typically, like any other job, you can find out game development companies and start applying over there. Once you apply to these companies, you will then also be literally given a course career path wherein you can actually get hands-on life experience after joining these companies. So you can start off as an intern level, you can then move on as a fresher, then a mid level person, then a senior person, and so on and so forth. So the reason why I talk about job as a course is because it also gives you hands-on guidance on what is it that you need to actually become a game developer. You have to start literally at the bottom and then scale yourself up to the top. So those are broadly the reason why you should choose game development as your career. Certainly, there is a little bit of job insecurity in this field, primarily because of the demand and supply. A lot of people want to become game developers, but the supply of that is that there are extremely limited number of studios, and the better studios are even furthermore lesser than that. So it's essentially a risk that you're taking, and that's the reason why I always mention to anyone who is an aspiring game developer is that you must finish your basic education, because it is not guaranteed that you will end up getting a job in game development. It is simply not guaranteed. So in order to secure yourself, I always tell people that at least have some basic degree with you. It can either be a BCom course, it can either be a BTech degree, it can be a simple master's degree, whatever it is. Just go for it and secure a degree for yourself, because you may not end up getting a job in game development, and you may not end up making a game that might become a success immediately. However, if you persist, if you persevere in this industry, then the chances of you landing up a job or the chances of your game becoming successful become higher. So it's all a matter of patience and perspective. So you need to have that kind of perspective with you, that if I'm pursuing this field, I have to make sure that I have to give my best and nothing less than the best, and have virtually no expectations from how things pan out. I understand that this might be a little bit demotivating to hear, but this is in a sense the reality of the situation in this field. And this is not just the case in India, mind you. This is the case worldwide. If you want to become a game developer, a lot of people get fascinated towards this industry just because they at once upon a time loved playing games. And while it's true for almost all the game developers, it is certainly not true that making games is all fun and games. As I have been repeatedly saying that making games might not be just pure fun, because it is literally like any other job. You have to give your time, you have to give your effort, you have to be patient, and you have to make sure that you do not get demotivated by the constant failures. Let me give you a very simple story. There was a company once upon a time that ended up making one game. That game was not as successful as they imagined it to be, but they did not give up. They ended up making a second game. The same story repeated. This went on. They made 12 games. The same story repeats. They found moderate level of success with a couple of titles, but nothing that would rise them up to a pedestal wherein they could say that, hey, this is our flagship product. This went on for almost 6 years, and by this point of time, the company decided that we will just give this one last try, and if it doesn't work out, we will wind up the operations. This will be our last game. And they did exactly that. The game was launched, but fortunately, favoring their fortunes, the game went on to become a success. And that game, guys, is Angry Birds. And the company that I'm talking about is Rovio. It was incorporated back in 2003, and it took them 6 years in 2009 to churn out a hit title, and that is Angry Birds. And now it is Angry Birds. It's known by all. It is all a success story. People are applauding Rovio for their amazing game, but till the point of time they did not reach Angry Birds level success, they were more or less not a well-known studio. That same thing will happen to you. If you are entering into the game development industry as a game developer, if you are entering into the market and launching your own games and not working for a company, this is the narrative that is going to happen with you, most certainly. You would be lucky if your first game is a success, but it is not guaranteed that your next game might end up enjoying the same level of success that your first game might have. There are obviously outliers. In every industry there are outliers, and there are a lot of misconceptions as well. I always keep on mentioning about this whenever I talk to people. People have a very big misconception. Whenever you type on Google Minecraft development time. Now Minecraft is the biggest and most popular, one of the biggest and most popular games out there on the global front. And when you type on Google, how much time did it take to actually make Minecraft? It says 6 days. And that's just on the surface. That's just perhaps maybe the basic road blocking or blocking or the prototyping of that game. But that game is still today under production. It has not been abandoned in terms of the production. There are still people who are working on the updates. So if you look at it in that perspective, Minecraft to this date is not a complete game. It is still constantly under development, and there are constantly updates that are being pushed to the game. So when you're looking at game development from a perspective saying that, hey, I will end up making a game in 6 days or a week or like a month, and then I'll just enjoy the benefits for a lifetime. That certainly is not true. It takes a lot to make a game, most definitely, but it takes a lot to maintain that game as well. And maintaining marketing is what all game development is about, is what all the success part gets attributed to. Because let's face it, anyone in today's day and age can make a game. All the resources are available. But when you make a game, the real question is that are you able to actually impact people? Are people liking what you've made? Because that is what your narrative will say. It does not matter if you can make a game or not. What matters is, are you able to market your game well? Are you able to get the discoverability that your game deserves or does not deserve? Whatever the case might be. If your game is good or not, right? And this is something that you as a game developer cannot decide. You cannot control this. This control and this decision is in the hands of the players. The decision whether or not a game is good or bad lies in the hands of the players, and you cannot force that decision on your players. You just have to wait it out. You just have to put your game out there and hopefully pray that your game gets liked by people. But if it does not get liked by people, then you should not get demotivated. You have to keep that learning with you, which will effectively help you make a better game next time. And it is also mandatory and critical to know when to stop. I always tell people that whenever you start game development or start making a game, always set deadlines for yourself and set deadline buffers. Let's say, for example, you've estimated that I'm going to make so and so game. It is going to take me 3 months to make it, and these are my deadlines. Divide those deadlines into different milestones. Whenever we think of making a big game, we get surprised and flabbergasted or daunted by the scale of things. But let's say if you were to break down that bigger game into smaller chunks and approach those chunks step by step, one by one, then it becomes an easier process for you as well to make that game. So one more advice would be, whenever you're starting to make a game, never go after making a big game, because that will simply burn you out. It might not even end up getting finished. You may abandon the project, and if you do that, then it's essentially just a complete waste of your own time. So whenever you're starting making a game, always start from a small game. Always start from whatever is already built. If you can essentially add something on top of that, then well and good for you. But if not, at least start to make some smaller games. Start to approach these games in a way that, okay, I will learn step by step. If you are just starting out in this industry, making a big game on your very first try can be a really harmful thing for your career as a whole. Because as I mentioned, you don't know what works. So effectively, it's better if you perhaps make a very smaller version of the bigger game that you're planning, or small modules of the bigger game that you're planning. Test it out with the audience, take feedback, and if that feedback is positive, then keep on building on that feedback. Otherwise, essentially what you're doing is you're just creating a bleeding bucket, what you could say, an overflowing bucket or like a leaky bucket, right? You need not put in maximum efforts and just have your bucket leaking, or you don't even want holes in your bucket that makes it leaky. So you have to figure out that balance. You have to figure out when to stop, and you have to figure out when to start marketing your game. Additionally, as I mentioned, you also have to figure out whatever you've made, is it good or not? If it is not good, then you have to take the conscious decision to actually also abandon the development of your game. And this comes only after you've launched your game. I'm not saying you should abandon your game during development. Obviously, that's not a good thing to do. But let's say if you've launched a game and you've realized that it's not working out. People are not playing my game. People are not liking my game. And if the retention number is like really low, say your retention number is less than 10%, Now we'll also touch upon a little bit upon what retention is, but just giving you a fair idea. If your retention number is like really poor, then it is really difficult for you to even get that game out there, marketed to people. Now let's come on to the part of retention. Now, what is retention exactly? So let's say, for example, you've downloaded a game. It can be any game, right? If you like the game, a simple common sense logic is, if you like the game, you will keep on coming back to the game. You will keep on playing that game for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, whatever that is. And that essentially means that you are, getting retained by that game. Okay, you're coming back to the game. It's exclusively, deals with the fact of you wanting to play that game and wanting to come back. That's one thing. So this helps you with the retention of your game. All right, and this needs to be high, at least above 40 or 45% on a positive side, for you to validate that whatever you've built is really good to play. So for example, if your 100 people are downloading your game on 0 day, okay, that's the day that your game is getting launched. If 100 people are playing your game, and out of those 100 people, 45 of them are coming back to your game to play it again the next day, that means your retention is 45%. And then day one retention is 45%, and so on and so forth. This retention number keeps on dropping. Then you have to make sure that the drop is really low. So for example, if day one is 45%, perhaps day two can be 44%, 43%, 43 point x% or something. So that fall of users is inevitable, definitely, but that fall should not be drastic. It should be gradual. All right. So that's the thing that you have to keep in mind, that whatever you end up making is also liked by the audience, liked by the users. So that's a little bit about what you can do to ensure to become a game developer and make games. Now let's come on to the topic of skills that are required to become a game developer. So it is different for different job roles. There are multiple job roles in the game development industry. One can be either you can become a game programmer, you can become a game artist, you can do marketing of games, you can become a game designer. So all of these different job roles require different skill sets. Let me first differentiate a little between a game artist and a game designer, because this is the common confusion that a lot of people have. A game artist is essentially someone who makes the art of the game. It is very much straightforward and self-explanatory, but the reason why I'm stressing and actually putting this out in the video is because a game artist is someone who makes art, but a game designer is not the same as game artist. A game designer is someone who conceptualizes of how the game is actually going to be played. The role of a game designer is to actually make documents. It's to document how your game will work. What are the different kinds of game mechanics that your game should have. So that is the primary role of a game designer, whereas the game artist primarily deals with all your game assets, art assets and stuff. So let's take a deep dive into the skills that are required now. If you are a game programmer, you obviously need to know programming. As a starting point, I would suggest you to get started and learn C++, because C++ is a very good programming skill and programming language to learn. All right. Once you've learned and mastered the basics of C++, after this, picking up any language becomes essentially very easy for you, because when you look at programming, it's all the very core basic same concepts that get used to make whatever kind of code that you're imagining it to make. So that is really helpful to become a game programmer. When it comes to game artist, now you have to determine what kind of an artist you want to become. So do you want to become a 2D artist? Do you want to become a 3D artist? These two have different roles within themselves as well. So game art is a wide umbrella term, and within game art there is 2D art, 3D art, illustrations, character art, character modeling, 3D modeling, props modeling, and then character animation. Then there is environment design, lighting. All of these things come under different categories of game art. So you have to then determine a couple of softwares that you need to learn. So for 3D modelers, you can work with 3ds Max, Maya. For sculpting, you can use Mudbox or ZBrush. For making animations, I think for 3D animations, you can very well do them in Maya as well. And for 2D, there's this really good software called Spine 2D. You can rely and make on 2D animations on that software. In terms of your 2D asset creation, I think Photoshop can be a good tool to use. Even Illustrator can be a good tool to use. So that's on the 2D side of things. And I also mentioned about the 3D aspect too. So that's about the game art side of things. And when it comes to game designers, that this gets a little bit tricky, because as a game designer, you need to know what makes a game fun to play. So as a starting roadmap for a game designer, I would recommend you to simply just start writing and making documents of all the games that you like playing. So say for example, you enjoy playing a racing game, pick that up, write down all the highlight points on what you think makes the game fun to play, and keep on doing this exercise. Keep on making game design documents for essentially any game that you like. And this is how you will keep on upskilling yourself as a game designer, because the job role of a game designer is to just think. It's all about thinking about how you can make a good game, and you need to have that kind of psychology. You need to have that understanding of what makes a game fun to play, and that is essentially what will help you become a better game designer. Then there is also this really interesting job role of game testing, and everyone just goes haywire over game testing. They think that, hey, game testing is the best job ever. You get paid to play games. What can be more fun than this? And there's actually the total opposite, because when it comes to game testing, you're not playing the games that you love. You're playing games that are being developed, that are in development stages, and you might not enjoy playing those games. But you anyway have to play them, because you've actually committed as a game tester to actually play those games. So it is a blessing and a curse both at the same time, that you get to play games as your job, but you might not necessarily enjoy playing those games, because as a game tester, again, your job becomes that of a writer. You have to log bugs. You have to make sure that the issues that are being created in the game get communicated to the game programmer. And there's always this love-hate relationship between a game tester and a game programmer, because a game tester always finds fault in the code that was written by a game programmer. So this is a really interesting aspect. But as a game tester, the only skill that you should have is intense testing and kind of an aptitude to find faults. So those are generally the broad skills that you require to become a game developer. When it comes to game marketing, I think a deeper understanding of your target audience. Let's say, for example, you've made some game and you want to market it well. So there are two things that you need to take into account. One is your game marketing expenses. Obviously, you need to chart out a budget to make sure that you tap into the right marketing channels to reach out to your audience. The second is how much does it take to acquire one user, and everything essentially just boils down to that unit economics. How much does it cost to acquire one user? How much are we making from one user? And is there a profit or not? If you are able to identify and analyze these things, then you can effectively start marketing your games in an effective manner. Because if a game does not give you a positive ROI, then there's no point in marketing that game, because it's again, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a leaky bucket. No matter how much money you put into marketing, if it is not giving you that positive ROI on your unit economics, then it will effectively turn you into a loss-making venture or a company or an endeavor for that matter. So yeah, generally these are the things that you need to keep in mind when it comes to acquiring skills to become a game developer. Let's come now to the type of roles in game development. As I mentioned earlier, the roles broadly, right? These are the very basic roles that you can find in game development. let's just take a quick recap of what all roles are available in the game development industry. So, firstly, I mentioned about game programmers, and within game programmers, there can be multiple different types of programmers as well. Some programmers are comfortable just with UI programming, some are comfortable making game mechanics, some are focused on creating gameplay experiences, some are cutscene programmers, some are sound programmers. So, there's a wide variety of subcategories within the programming job role itself. Then, when it comes to a 2D artist, one can be a 2D animator or a poster designer, a graphic designer, essentially maybe a 2D animator of sorts, or they can also create 2D artworks for different types of games. Sprite sheet creator can be one job role. When it comes to a 3D pipeline, 3D modelers are there, 3D texturing artists are there. Then sculpting artists are there, animators, 3D animators are there, which is again a different ball game altogether, which is complemented by a rigging artist, wherein you create a character and then give bones and all those structures to your character. Post that, if you look at game testers, then that is one job role. In addition to that, game designing is also one large umbrella term. Within game design, you can have proper game designers, then level designers, experience designers, monetization designers. So it's a wide field, and the pie is so big of this entire field that you can essentially pick any skill that you have, and you can have any skill and get it complemented by a skill that is a part of the game development pipeline or ecosystem. So that's the power of game development, that there are multiple roles in game development that you can pick as per what you are comfortable with. So it's not anymore about, game development is not for everyone. Most certainly there are job roles that can be fit into any other job role. So there's the marketing department, there's a proper development department, art department, programming department. You can also perhaps try your hands in hiring game developers. If you like hiring, then perhaps you can get started as a HR, human resource as well, in game development, because finding good talent in game development is also very difficult. You have to always be on the lookout for great talent, and the supply and demand is a bit mismatched, I would say. The supply of people who want to get into this industry is so much more higher than the demand. There are only a limited few companies out there who are hiring and professionally recruiting people, but the amount of people that want to get into this field is just simply extremely high. So that's just one thing from my side about the different types of roles in game development. Now let's come to what are the scopes for these job roles. Obviously, as I mentioned, since the demand is limited, but it is extremely laser focused demand. Like, the companies know that they want to hire for this specific job role only. When it goes anything beyond that, the requirement is simply not there. So the scope really depends on the kind of requirements that the companies have. However, in recent times, a lot of new companies have started popping up. A lot of new indie game developers have started popping up. So the scope has gradually started to expand, and hopefully there might be one day wherein the demand and supply both start to meet. But the probability of that seems really low. However, things can change, because a lot of indie developers are now also starting their new studios. So it will be exciting to see in the next 5 years or so where we are at, because ever since 2013 this industry has seen a tremendous amount of growth, especially in India. After the launch of the iPhone, the entire gaming market was democratized, and because of that, now it is extremely easy for anyone to have an entry into this field, because now the barrier to entry has become really low. So those are a couple of thoughts on the scope, and really the scope depends on your skills. There is definitely, most certainly, scope for anyone to become big in game development, but is there scope for you specifically? Depends entirely on how much you are willing to give the time, effort, and energy in order to pick up the skill of your choice in this particular field. Now let's come to the salary, roles, and responsibilities of a game developer. Certainly, game development, since the demand is less and the supply is high, that's the reason why the salaries are relatively on the lower side of things. If you are a fresher, you can get anywhere between 15,000 or 20,000 at max. That's also if you are lucky. Generally, the salaries are lower than this, lesser than this. If you are a mid-level resource or a fresher salary can start anywhere upwards of 25,000 or so. A mid-level resource can be anywhere between 35 or 40,000 per month. All the figures that I'm mentioning are in rupees, Indian rupees. And if you're a senior level resource, then obviously you can earn as high as 50,000 per month or even 1 lakh per month. So the salary ranges based on your expertise and your negotiation skills. So it's really a matter of how you are able to groom yourself and what kind of skills you are willing to bring to the table, because your salary is really defined on what kind of impact you would have on the company's operations. That's there. When it comes to roles and responsibilities, if you are joining a indie game development studio, then you will have to wear multiple hats. You perhaps might have to write code as well as do a little bit of art, and you have to juggle responsibilities. But when it comes to bigger established studios or AAA studios, things start to change. In slightly established studios, you will be doing just one thing. Perhaps maybe you will be handling the programming department or doing tons of different things in programming. You may not necessarily need to do art or anything. So that way your job role is extremely laser focused and defined. But when it comes to AAA studios, you might end up doing just one subset of your entire skills availability. So perhaps in AAA studios you might be given a task, say you will be doing only this small module for the entire project, because when it comes to a AAA game, you're now dealing with scale. You're dealing with a huge scale project wherein your contribution as a game developer or as a game artist or as a game designer will be infinitesimally smaller than as you compare to being in a mid-level or an indie studio, because there the pipeline of that AAA studio is set. They know that they need only X amount of things from this particular resource or so. So therein it becomes just a fact of them allocating different resources to different subject matters. So those are primarily the roles. As and when you rise up the ladder, your roles and responsibilities relatively start to be more in the managerial space rather than in the production space. So that's there. But when it comes to a AAA studio, a lot of people think that, hey, I would love to be a part of a AAA studio, but they fail to realize that as and when you start to aim for the stars in this particular field, when you are a part of a AAA studio, your production responsibilities will be extremely low, because you are not a dependency on any big task as such. The pipeline is designed in such a way at AAA studios that even if you are not able to churn out your particular output, it gets replaced very quickly, and the company does not completely rely on you. They have set processes, they have set pipelines. When you are a part of a mid-level company, then obviously there are a lot of expectations from you, and it is completely 100. There are 200% expectations, I would say, from an indie game development studio from you if you are a part of an indie game dev studio, because there you have to literally wear multiple hats. You have to do tons of things, and you have to do them in an effective way, because otherwise it's all a matter of survival. So that's not really a problem when it comes to a AAA studio. They just need to get work done from you. That's it. So these are in general, in a sense, the salaries, roles and responsibilities of a game developer. Let's now come to some of the top companies that hire for these particular roles. So as we walked through all of these different facets, now it comes to the question that, hey, all right, all said and done, I want to actually start a career in game development. So what can be the potential companies that will end up hiring me? On a AAA scale, I would say there are very few studios that work on AAA titles. To name a few, I would say Rockstar Games is one company. You can apply for EA Games, you can apply for Ubisoft. Ubisoft, Rockstar Games, and EA Games, all of these also have their offices in India, so that's a good thing. Apart from that, on a mid scale or like a established studio scale, there are multiple other studios as well. To name a few, perhaps Nazara Technologies is one company, Games to Win is there. Even our studio, Gameon Studios, is actually a decent mid-sized studio that is now working on a high-quality game as well. There is Underdogs Gaming Studio, there is Pokerhead Studio, Lucid Labs. So there are tons of companies out there. And Lucid Labs, by the way, borders on an indie scale. So on an indie level, there are multiple studios out there. There are one-person studios. There are small teams of say 4 or 5 members. So all you need to do is just essentially explore this entire field, and you will be able to actually perhaps land a job in one of these companies. And if you are a fresher, I would say go ahead and take the first job that you get. Learn from that experience. It might be a positive experience, it might be a negative experience. That does not matter. What matters is you taking the initiative and actually starting out to effectively, make sure that you are working towards achieving what you want to do, and that end goal is to actually make games. So if it gives you joy, if investing a little bit of time in the initial years helps you build a career path ahead, so I would say that go ahead, take that career path. So to sum it up, if you want a complete career roadmap, I will make it extremely easy for you. There are two career paths in game development. One is either you end up making your own games and monetize them. Second, you work for another game development company and rise up the ladders as and when you make progress. Let's look at the second part, because that's the easiest part. First step would be learn the skill of making games. But because obviously, right, if you want to be a part of a company and do a job, you need to know the skill that is required for you to be employed in that job. So one is firstly definitely learn the skill. Second, apply for internship as soon as you have picked up that skill. This can be, let's say, maybe like a month into the skill, 2 months into the skill, whatever. Just go ahead and blindly apply for an internship in any studio that you get. All right, because applying for an internship, you will get to learn a lot of things that you will know only being a part of the production pipeline. Otherwise, there are, just by self-learning, there is very limited amount of knowledge that you will get. Otherwise, if you don't want to do internships and you have a little bit of money or your parents can support your education, then join a decent and good institute to learn this skill. And now you can either go for an Indian institute or you can go abroad and join that institute. I would say some really good institutes are there established abroad. However, if you do end up going abroad, I would request you to come back to our country and use that knowledge and perhaps build an infrastructure and a good career over here. So that's there. Once you have both these things in place, either you have a degree in game development or you have an internship in game development, you then can start applying to actual fresher level jobs. So that can be your career roadmap. And once you are a fresher in the field, then after this it becomes really easy for you to make a switch to another studio, or perhaps even get promoted in the studio that you get hired. This is also a really good roadmap when you start off with a company and you stay with that company throughout your entire lifetime. That is also a good way to approach this, because that shows healthy promise from you as an employee to the employer. And if you stay and be a part of that particular company, eventually things can be well for you as well. But for whatever reason, if you do want to switch, then that is also a decent career roadmap. Now, coming to the question of making your own games, that here the things get a little bit tricky. As we saw in the earlier example, that Angry Birds was Rovio's 52nd, 53rd or so game, right? So before that, they had to endure through 50 plus failures. And this is what happens in game development. You as a game developer cannot guarantee that whatever you are making will become a success. So the career roadmap for you to become a game developer is extremely, I would say, difficult, but at the same time extremely rewarding as well, because we saw Flappy Birds was actually earning $50,000 per day in terms of revenue, in terms of just simple pure ad revenue. If you are able to tap into success like that, then nothing like it. If you are able to make a game that gets enjoyed by thousands and millions of users, then that itself is a feeling that is unparalleled in terms of joy, and that I believe is a really good roadmap as well. As an indie game developer, you need to constantly showcase your game as well, because whenever you make something, you're not making it for yourself, you're making it for the audience. So always have this at the back of your head that, hey, okay, I'm investing my time in making this game, fine, but it should not be done in silo. It should always be communicated to real users, because you as a game developer, you don't know if whatever you've made will be actually appreciated or liked by the people. So there always needs to be a market validation for the product that you make. There always needs to be an audience that you have to reach out to, that are willing to play your game. So that's one part of it. The second part is that you need to be patient. There's no second answer to this. You need to be patient, because there's no recipe for you to make a successful game. If that was the case, everyone would have been aware of it, and then even the successful companies would have just ended up making successful games only. But we've seen countless number of times that even the bigger studios end up making games that might not do well in the market. So there's no recipe as such. It's just pure hard work. It's just you wanting to upskill yourself and trying to learn how the audience thinks. If you are able to master all of these things, I think you can become a really good game developer. With that being said, I think I have covered most of the aspects that are required to become a game developer. I've also given a complete career roadmap.
Data science basically deals with the study of data, using which you can make informed decisions and improvements to your game or any software. Whereas on the other hand, artificial intelligence, that is AI, deals with the study of creating simulated behaviors and challenging environments for your characters, or even behaviors in NPCs that are your non-playable characters. Basically, AI deals with making sure that your NPCs or your non-playable characters look as real as possible. They can speak to you, they can interact with you, they can run away from you, they can even chase you. So that is in general what data science and artificial intelligence is all about. Let's talk about the role of data science in gaming. We will be dividing this into two subparts. One is game performance and second is marketing. Using data science, you can actually enhance and improve your game's performance as well as your marketing campaigns. In order to improve your game's performance, you have to keep one word in mind: retention, which simply means how many people are coming back to play your game every single day. In order to study retention, you have to integrate analytics softwares into your game that will actually let you know how many people are actually coming back to play your game. You can also integrate events data to track how people are playing your game, and studying all of these aspects, you can actually improve your game's performance as well as make informed decisions on where you need to make changes. When it comes to marketing side, you need to track your downloads, you need to measure how many people are coming onto your stores page, how many people are getting converted. So you need an extensive understanding of which kind of icons will work, which kind of screenshots will work, and all of this data you need to run experiments from time to time. So you need to run experimental icons, experimental screenshots, and using all of that data, you need to sit with that data day in and day out, observe and make improvements from time to time. So all of these improvements take time and it won't happen on day one. You need to spend time on your game, you need to spend time on studying the retention, you need to spend time on studying the events data, and then also your icons and screenshots, and only after this you will be able to improve the overall quality of your game as well in terms of performance as well as in terms of marketing. Some of the tools that you can actually use to analyze your game are analytics tools such as Flurry or Firebase. These will actually help you study your retention data as well as your events data, and you also have to make sure that you don't overuse your data as well. But at the same time, you have to make sure that you get the right set of data points. For example, if you're making a level based game and your game has say 100 levels, you want to identify how many levels players are actually able to complete. So you need to code in your event data in all of the levels, and you need to understand whether or not a player is able to start that level and is able to successfully end that level. Let's say, for example, if your level 6 is the toughest and nobody is able to clear that level, then naturally they will not be able to go to the 7th level and they will not be able to try any of your other part of the game. That is the reason why data science is very important in order to make sure that you are working with informed decisions and you are making levels easier. So one simple thing that you can implement is, let's say for example, a player has started the 6th level and is not able to complete that level whatsoever. So that's how you will come to know that where you need to make the changes, because your first 5 levels will be perfect. The fault lies in your 6th level, and using data analytics is the only way that you can determine that your 6th level has the fault and not the rest of the earlier 5 levels. Data science is also important in marketing. If you know your target audience well, you can actually create proper marketing campaigns to reach out the right set of audience. You can also calculate your game's ROI. So for example, if you're spending some amount in terms of marketing and generating some amount of revenue from your game, you can actually monitor your game's performance, make informed decisions in terms of improving your core loop, and thereby maximize your revenue from your game. You have to determine at all times how much you're spending in terms of marketing, and whatever you're making has to be more than what you're spending. So data science can actually help you and guide you to take all these difficult decisions and making sure you are spending in the right set of audience and thereby earning more revenue from them. It will also help you determine which countries you need to spend more money on. So let's say for example, you're spending X amount of money in India and X amount of money in US, and if you are able to earn more money from India, you need to spend more in terms of India market than in the US market, and vice versa can also be true. So it depends on a large variety of factors. It depends on your demography, it depends on how well your game is played, and then if at all your game is not being played well, then of course using data science you can make improvements to the core loop of your game, launch updates and go through an entire improvement cycle. And that's how you can actually improve your game's performance as well as marketing campaigns using data science. And that is the reason why data science plays a major role in improving your game's performance as well as the marketing campaigns for your games. Let's now talk about the different types of AI used in games. Different games use different types of AI, different genres use different types of AI. So let's say for example, a racing game will have a different type of AI than a normal shooting game. And then a strategy game will also have a different types of AI in place. So let's talk about the racing game. The most common type of AI technique used in racing games is your rubber banding technique. What rubber banding technique means is essentially if you're winning a race, the competitor will become so competitive with you that they will start catching up with you and they'll make you lose. Or the reverse way is also true. If you're losing a game, then the AI will dumb themselves down to a point wherein you can easily be able to catch up with them. The other type of AI that is used in games is your pathfinding techniques. So let's say for example, you are inside a level and you want to, being chased by an enemy. So they will determine what kind of obstacles lay in front of them and they will make their way around that particular obstacles and eventually chase you. These kind of difficulty settings can also be adjusted as per the game developer. So game developers implement different levels of AI that will catch up to you, and they sometimes there is also like different set of modes inside the game. So you must have observed there's easy, medium and hard mode. In hard mode the AI is extremely competitive with you, whereas in easy mode it is a breeze and really easy to play. So that is how an AI can be designed in a game in a way such that it provides a genuine experience to the player and they can set the difficulty as per their comfort level as well. If they want to be competitive, then for sure they can choose a hard level difficulty AI. If they want to just enjoy the storyline, then they can use an easy mode AI. In terms of a strategy game, say for example a chess game, here the AI becomes really competitive and challenging, primarily because there are a lot of data sets that you have to deal with. So generally an AI programming method is very complex, and someone who designs the AI has to consider all the aspects that go into picture, whatever can be happening inside and outside the mind of the player. So typical scenarios, edge cases, all have to be sorted and all have to be thought through by the developer before implementing a strong AI. That is the reason why games that have strong AI have all the edge cases planned within them. If at all a player exceeds their boundary, or if at all the player exceeds the viewing range of that enemy, what will happen in that case? Will the enemy stop looking for them? Will the enemy always again go to the idle state? They will stop their patrol. All of these aspects need to be thought through and created into a proper AI architecture document that will then be implemented inside a game. So a strong AI will actually make you believe that a non-playable character or an NPC is actually out there and talking to you or conversing with you. This makes for a really enjoyable experience and a gameplay narrative that is set inside the game. So that is the reason why designing such a complex AI is very difficult. Primarily because you have to deal with multiple states, you have to trigger different states. Say for example, you have to create multiple interaction layers between your player as well as your non-playable characters, and not just the non-playable characters, you also have to determine how those non-playable characters will react with other objects inside the game scene. So all of these aspects coming together make for a really good gameplay experience, and that is the reason why AI is very important in games. It makes for a believable gameplay experience and it does not make you feel as though you're playing a game alone, and that's how it provides you with much more entertainment. So that's it about the use of multiple AI in games. Different types of games, as I mentioned earlier. Just to recap, have different types of AI experiences. We saw about rubber banding, we saw about pathfinding, we saw about how obstacles can be tracked by your AI. So this is largely also a part of the A-star algorithm. Like this, there are multiple algorithms in place. Would definitely urge you to do a little bit of R&D about this topic as well, because this is an extensive topic and artificial intelligence is an important field in its own right. So that's it about AI from our side. Now that we know what is data science and AI in games, let us understand which is easier to learn. So as per me personally, I believe that AI is slightly difficult to learn, and that's primarily because you have to deal with complex logic and design your game experience in such a way that you don't feel that you're playing against a computer. Whereas on the other side, data science, it's relatively easier to pick up, primarily because you're dealing with data sets and you can always rely on hard data to make decisions based on data science. So that is the reason why you can use tools like Flurry or Firebase and then make informed decisions to improve your game's performance. There are generally just a few terms that you have to deal with, such as your retention, then your average revenue per user, daily active users, monthly active users, etc. But when it comes to AI, you actually have to design complex logic. You have to deal with state machines, you have to deal with different types of behaviors, you have to deal with interaction layers. So it's a lot of complex things that go into picture, and that's the reason why implementing a strong AI is relatively difficult than you having to grasp and learn data science. On the other side, although learning AI is difficult, but it is very important to be implemented in the right way in your games. As we saw earlier, the different types of algorithms that get implemented inside a game, it will not be really a fun experience if at all you mess up in designing your AI. So take for example a racing game when you're winning all the time, it will not be really enjoyable to play. That is the reason why you need to have competitive AI in place that will sometimes also make you lose, thereby making you actually wanting to play the game again and again. That's about the AI part. Talking about a strong AI, a really good AI in place provides for a really good replayability experience. That is the reason why so many of the hardcore games have such strong AI. Some of the best examples I would recall in terms of a hardcore AI can be the Dark Souls series, even Sekiro game, which has a really difficult AI to tackle, but players don't get bored of it. They see it as a challenge for themselves to make sure that they complete that particular level. So according to me, I believe that having a strong AI in place is both frustrating as well as enjoyable. That is the reason why hardcore players, they get hooked onto a game for hours and hours together. Even though they are doing almost the repetitive tasks and fighting the same set of bosses, it provides for a really fun and nourishing experience for the gamer whenever they are actually able to defeat that difficult boss. So that's the reason why AI in terms of gaming needs to be implemented in the right way, and that is how it will be able to provide you with an enjoyable experience. Although I mentioned earlier that data science is relatively easier to pick up, I would definitely recommend you to learn about AI as well. That's primarily because it is challenging for yourself as well as fun to learn. So that is the reason why I would definitely recommend you to learn about AI as well. Here are some of my favorite games that use AI and data science amazingly well. I'm talking about Candy Crush, Clash of Clans, Need for Speed series, Red Dead Redemption, and even chess. So let us do a deep dive into each of these games and understand what do they do right. My most favorite example when talking about data science is this game called Candy Crush. On the surface, it looks like a simple match 3 game, but there's a lot that goes in the background. While developing this game, the developers actually had an extensive amount of data science and research done on the user behavior before launching this game out in the market. This game not just deals with your core game mechanic, it also deals with multiple aspects such as your game design as well as game sounds implemented in the right fashion in order to make sure that the user keeps on coming back to play that game. There are also n number of levels that people keep on playing, and right from a 4-year-old to a 60-year-old, anyone can play this game and enjoy this game extensively. And this is only and only a product of proper data science implemented in the game. The next game that has a perfect implementation of proper amount of data science is Clash of Clans. Clash of Clans has a really interesting system of gacha system, which essentially just means delayed gratification. You reward the player and then you make them wait in order to claim that particular prize. This coupled with a really strong gameplay makes Clash of Clans a really fun experience to play. The developers of this game have thought through and done extensive amount of research just like Candy Crush in order to provide for an amazing gameplay experience. So that is the reason why Candy Crush and Clash of Clans, both of these are my personal favorite implementation of proper data science used in these games. When talking about AI, I personally feel that chess cannot be left out. Chess has some of the best implementation of AI in games. There are so many different units and so many different permutations and combinations in the game which make it an absolute marvel of a game to code. So a human versus human scenario is relatively easier because all the inputs are being taken from the player. But when it comes to designing an AI wherein a human is playing against a bot, that particular experience should be really challenging and the AI should not be dumb enough to make the wrong move. Because you have to keep all these things in mind, you have to keep the track of the position of that particular player and the bot, and you also have to predict what the player is going to do next and also plan for your checkmate moves. That is what makes chess really difficult in terms of implementation of AI and an amazing example of AI being implemented in video games. The next really strong example of a proper AI system in place is all the open world games in question. So be it Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, Sleeping Dogs, Watch Dogs, all these open world games have some amazing AI implementations in place. Right from your pedestrians to your car and your traffic system and your food stalls and your dumb AIs, every single thing in place makes for a really amazing immersive experience. So all these open world experiences have some amazing amount of AI implemented in them, which makes you believe that you are a part of that world. And that is the reason why I personally love, if I were to single out, Red Dead Redemption 2 in that matter, because this game provides you with so many aspects in terms of world building. There are trains moving in the game, there are people that you can interact with, there are people you can help, there are horses that you can ride. Horses also have their own set of AI. So all of these beautiful implementations come as a part in Red Dead Redemption 2. And this is thanks to the first implementation in place which set the seeds for that game to mature further. Along with this, also Rockstar Games has created some amazing open world experiences like your Grand Theft Auto series. They as well have some amazing implementation of AI in place. So that is the reason why if I were to look at some of the strongest examples in AI, I would always refer to open world games because they have a wide variety of systems in place that work beautifully with sync with each other. Okay, so now let's talk about software engineering. Anyone who makes a piece of software can be regarded as a software engineer. On the other hand, a game developer is responsible to develop games. So as I mentioned earlier, all games are a piece of software, but not all softwares are games. When it comes to software development, you have to first determine what kind of software is it that you're developing. Are you making a web app? Are you making a mobile app? Are you making a desktop app? Or are you making games? So once you determine what kind of software is it that you're developing, it becomes very easy for you to determine what development tools you are going to use to make these apps. For your mobile applications, you can rely on apps like Android Studio or Xcode. For your game development, you first have to determine what kind of game you're developing. Is it a 2D game or is it a 3D game? For 2D games, you can use softwares like Construct 3. For your 3D games, for your full-fledged proper mobile and PC games, you can use development tools such as Unity Game Engine or Unreal Game Engine. Now moving forward, we will be understanding what is the work of a game developer and a software engineer. So let's begin. So when it comes to the actual work of a software engineer and a game developer, you could say that it is more or less the same. Both of them write code. The two differences that are there in both the things are that the tools that they use and the processes that they follow to write their code. So in case of a software engineer, as I mentioned, it depends on the kind of software that they are making, and thereby the tools differ. Whereas in terms of game development, it depends on the kind of game engines that they use. Game engines means the kind of software that they use in order to make the games. Now, when it comes to a software development process, a software developer relies on the software architecture document, whereas a game developer relies on two things: a game design document as well as the game architecture document. And when it comes to the actual work, well, they start writing code and then they follow more or less a similar pipeline wherein the things go into pre-production, production, and then testing. When it comes to software development, the very first step is requirement gathering. You have to first determine what is it that you have to make and then jot it down onto a piece of document. This document is then used by the software developer to create that particular software. During this entire process, there's extensive testing that goes into picture, which continues till the point of time the software is completely developed. But when it comes to games, games provide you entertainment, and that is very much subjective. So if a software engineer wants to become a game programmer or a game developer, they need to understand game design and mechanics. Now this is exactly what we will be learning in the next video. So let's get started. So how can you be a game developer and a software developer at the same time? Number one, aptitude. If you are a software developer, you by default have the kind of aptitude required to make a game, because as a software developer, you are aware of the software development lifecycle, which more or less a game development process also follows. So by default, if you are a software developer, you can easily take up game development as your profession as well. The second part is functionality. When it comes to softwares, it is very much objective. Something works or does not work. But when it comes to games, things are both objective as well as subjective. You have to first test for all the functionality, functional things are working or not, but at the same time you also have to check whether or not what you have built is actually fun to play. So this involves your bug fixes as well as your game balancing. That is what functionality entails. The third part is game design. As a game developer, you will be heavily working with a game design document. For this, your game designer is your best friend. A game designer will provide you with all the values that will actually make your game fun to play. And that is what is needed for a good game. A good game is a balance of good game design. So you will get all the values, how fast your character needs to walk, jump, your scoring system, even your game economy. These are all a very critical aspect of a good game design. The fourth part is testing. When a game is under development, there's a continuous amount of testing that goes into picture. This is perhaps the most critical aspect of a game development lifecycle. That is primarily because if a game is not well tested, then a lot of bugs get encountered by the players, which leaves behind a very negative experience for the player. This can also be divided into multiple stages, namely alpha, beta, and then put into production. And while the game is in production, it goes through a staging process wherein before any build is put out to the market, it is staged and tested with a small set of audience to make sure that whatever is going into production does not have any bugs. So this is actually the final stage of game development. So to understand game development, testing, and all these other aspects in further detail, it is very much important for us to understand the evolution of gaming and how things came into picture. That is the reason why we'll have to go a little bit behind the curtains and understand the evolution of gaming. That is what is our next topic. Let us now talk about the evolution of games right from the 8-bit era to now. The very first game on PC developed was Pong. From then till now, we've seen huge amount of upgrades in terms of gameplay, graphics, and the entire process that is used to make games. We've seen games like Mario, all the way from Road Rash, Grand Theft Auto 3, and now Red Dead Redemption 2, which looks so real that you can't even differentiate between the game and the real life. This has all been made possible due to the advancements of the softwares that are being used to make games. These softwares are called as game engines. We've seen Unity game engine also mature from making just mobile games to full-fledged quality PC games. Unreal Engine was also made accessible to all when it went free, and now making AAA games is accessible to almost anyone who can imagine becoming a game developer. So thanks to the advancement in terms of technology and the processes that are used in the software development processes, it is actually now much more easier to make games than what it was earlier. Project ideas for software developers to get started in game development. Here are a few projects that you can start on your end to get started as a game developer. The very first classic example that every game developer starts their career in making Unity games is Rollerball example. Then followed by a Flappy Bird game is something that I would personally suggest, because that is wherein you will get a clarity of instantiation as well as your scoring system. Then you can start off making a platformer or an infinite runner game. If you want to execute a 3D game, then you can get started with a first-person shooter game example. You already have multiple examples on the internet. You can follow tutorials to make these games. You can also opt for courses to learn how to create these frameworks. And another example can also be a good racing game, because that will teach you the system of checkpoints and from going from start to your finish line. So these are some of the project ideas that you can easily execute on your end. And what I would recommend you all to do is keep on practicing. Do not stop at any point. Make sure that you are keeping on learning new things and referring other people's source codes, because that is wherein you will get the most amount of information, and that is how you will be able to upgrade yourself as a game developer. Last but not at all the least, let's talk about money. How much do game developers make? Taking a look at Glassdoor Salaries and ambitionbox.in website, here are the starting ranges. So a game developer starts earning anywhere between 2 lakhs per annum. It ranges all the way up to 14 lakhs per annum, and the average market salary that a game developer gets is anywhere between 4.5 to 5 lakhs per annum. So that's it from our end. If you as a software engineer want to transition into becoming a game developer, the path for you is very easy. You already have the aptitude required. Bring your imagination to life and keep on practicing, keep on referring to other people's source codes, and keep on making sure that you upgrade yourself. As a game developer, this field is very exciting. You are literally playing the role of a god, creating your own world. So come be a part of this industry.
So esports essentially is just an online competition played between professional players, wherein they stream their content online for the engagement and entertainment of potential spectators. So, there were old days wherein people used to watch physical sports such as cricket being telecasted, football being telecasted, chess being telecasted. Now this has been like a shift in terms of technology, wherein people love watching other people play video games. This is extremely unique scenario which has recently caught fire, and a lot of popular gamers have actually started making their careers out of this. We've seen the likes of Carrie Minati, Tanmay Bhatt, as well as global players such as Scout, Dynamo, and Mortal to participating in global tournaments and winning prizes. And these prizes are literally in lakhs and crores of rupees, or even in millions of dollars. So this industry is actually growing pretty rapidly. If we were to look at a report, one of the reports according to an EY report mentioned that the industry is forecasted to reach 11 billion Indian rupees by 2025, and is expected to grow at a rate of 46% CAGR over the next 4 years. So those are some really tremendous growth numbers. And if you were to look at this industry from a cosmetic perspective, I believe that this is the best way for a gamer to start their career. Now you can actually build a professional career being a gamer, playing games. Who wouldn't like to be a part of a career like that? You get to play with teams, you get the recognition, you get telecasted on global platforms, and there are tournaments scheduled all year round that you as a gamer can participate in as well. Now, why is this gaining popularity exactly? Well, for the simple reason that people love watching other people win or lose. It is pure entertainment. It is just as simple as watching a cricket match or watching a football match. People watch it for the entertainment because there are real people associated with it. There are emotions that get formed between the players and the audience, and that's the reason why people start choosing their teams and which are the best teams that they would like to support. So all in all, the dynamics of esports is very much similar to that of physical sports being telecasted, and that is the reason why this is gaining popularity extremely rapidly. There are platforms that are being built exclusively to cover esports tournament, and these platforms are also raising millions and millions of dollars in terms of funding. So this industry is genuinely one of the biggest industries, biggest chunks of the gaming industry in general. Obviously the gaming industry as a whole is a big pie. Within that pie, esports has captured a huge market, and this is just being complemented by the quality of games that will be developed over the years. So multiplayer games essentially are the backbone of esports. If there is a good multiplayer game, it certainly has a potential to create an esports ecosystem around it, and hence that's the reason why esports is gaining popularity extremely rapidly. Now let's come to the Indian scenario. I personally feel that the Indian scenario is quite interesting because over here we've got a mix of streamers, wherein some streamers participate in tournaments, whereas some streamers simply participate exclusively on their own, creating factions of their own, and collaborating with other YouTubers for that matter. YouTube has become a big platform for esports player to telecast their tournaments. So we've seen the likes of multiple tournaments being telecasted, as well as some streamers taking to YouTube and telecasting their playthroughs of all the matches that they've played through. So we've seen entertainment content from the likes of Tanmay Bhatt, Carrie Minati, gaining millions and millions of views and entertaining people worldwide as well as in India. So that's one scope of the esports side, wherein it's just an extension wherein the competitive element is missing. But since these people are playing these online games and they are being telecasted, there is still that level of dynamic attached from the audience towards the streamer. This has literally enabled a lot of gamers to create proper careers and a revenue stream for themselves. So nowadays you can actually play games and earn money, which is completely like a blessing for someone who likes to play games, because now you will actually be taken seriously by people from the industry, and you will be invited to events. There are proper tournaments hosted internationally as well, wherein teams that play well are invited and all of their expenses are covered. So there are some really amazing teams from India as well. All the games that are a part of the multiplayer aspect can be covered in the esports side of things. So we've seen tournaments happening for Counter-Strike, we've seen tournaments happening for Valorant and all of these Apex Legends and all. So you can literally pick any game, become a master of it, and then if you are a master of that game, you can start participating in tournaments, you can be a part of a team and start to grow your career like that. When it comes to the future of esports, I think the future of esports is extremely bright, primarily because there are games that are going to be developed in the future as well, and we've seen some of the games that have got replaced in terms of the tournament structure, and new games have taken their place. So now it's not a matter of just a game being projected into the industry. The more better games that come into the industry that are being played by gamers, the more better this esports industry will become. And it's not just about the hardcore games, it also boils down to the smaller games that are being played on the mobile platform. So now when you look at esports as an industry, you are not just restricted by hardcore PC games or console games, but there are tournaments that are hosted for mobile games as well. So there are also tournaments for PUBG Mobile or BGMI Mobile for that matter. If since we are talking about India, there are multiple tournaments of these kind that are hosted all over the world, and that's the reason why this is really catching fire. In terms of the recent examples, if we were to see, Loco as a platform recently raised $42 million in funding, and this is primarily because they are a platform that promotes esports and all of these tournaments and the streamers that are over there. So Loco as a platform has been successful in raising these amount of funds, which essentially just validates the point that esports is going to be big in the industry. And that's the reason why I think if you are a gamer, you can literally start today and start making a career out of gaming. How do you start? Well, it's simple. Just pick a game of your choice and start practicing in it. Spend hours and hours playing that game, and obviously don't overshoot yourself, don't over invest your time in just gaming. But if you were to look at this from a professional perspective, then you actually have to dedicate a set amount of time in order to make sure that you are able to achieve that pinnacle of success for yourself. And in terms of convincing your parents, I'm sure a lot of gamers might be concerned about, okay, this career path seems to be good, but how do I actually convince my parents? Well, you can literally show them news articles to all the recent advancements happening in this space, and you can tell them that, hey, see, this is also a professional career. Gone are the days wherein gaming was looked down as just a pastime hobby or something. This can literally transcend into being your full-time career, wherein you can go on international tours, you can literally win tons of prize money by just simply playing games. So the future of esports industry and the future of you being a gamer in the industry are extremely high. Is there competition and is it a risky field? Obviously it is. Like, to be very fair and honest with you, Certainly, there is a level of risk attached to it, but that's a risk that is a part and parcel of almost every field out there. Let's say, for example, if you were to approach a cricket tournament structure, right? So, if you want to be a part of the Indian cricket team, you obviously have to slog hard and work hard towards that particular goal. But even if you are not able to reach that goal, you will still end up being maybe in the state level tournament, or some national level tournaments that will be happening. So similar is the case with esports industry as well. The dynamics of this are very much similar to that of the sporting industry, wherein over in the sporting industry you have to rise up the ladder. The same is over here. In fact, it goes as far as being able to say that I'm able to confidently say that the term esports athlete is actually being coined and is popularly used in the esports field as well. So players who are playing these online games are also termed as esports athletes. How cool is that? Like, if you are playing a game, you are no longer just called a gamer, you are called a esports athlete. If you are able to rise up the ladders, if you are able to rise up the ranks, certainly this is a really lucrative career for you to be a part of. And not just that, you will also, as a byproduct of this, start gaining popularity, because you're then serving as an entertainment source for millions and millions of viewers who are watching you and banking on you to essentially win whatever tournament you're a part of. So if you want to start your career in gaming as an esports player, the roadmap is pretty simple. All you need to do is identify a game that you're good at, start playing it, start practicing a lot of that game, and then start looking around how many tournaments are being hosted all over the country or internationally. Nowadays, being a part of all these tournaments is so simple that all you need to do is identify, and all these tournaments are essentially, some of them are hosted virtually. So you can, at the comfort of your home, sit at your place, assemble a good PC, and then start participating in all these tournaments. Now, when it comes to the requirements of a system, obviously, as an esports athlete, you will need to build a decent gaming rig. So if you can invest that amount in building up a gaming PC of your own, it will be very much the investment that will be paying you dividends, primarily because as an esports player, you will be participating in all these multiple tournaments, and winning those tournaments will also fetch you some prize money. So that is something to keep at the back of your head. So to sum it up, guys, what I think is, as we saw what is esports, we talked about the different dynamics of the play, how this industry is very much similar to that of the sporting industry, the physical sports industry, and being telecasted for the entertainment and enjoyment of the spectators is something that is really interesting. And this is a shift that we've seen from the physical sporting event to the digital sporting event, and this is only going to stay and amplify further in the future. So, if someone asks you why should one invest their time playing game, you can simply show them the numbers and the number of people that are watching those tournaments, the number of hours that people have invested, and you can end with a simple question. If you say that, hey, this is not entertaining, then why do people watch cricket? Why do people watch football? The answer to that question is virtually the same, because you are looking at two teams competing against each other and you are rooting for one team and the other team loses, right? So essentially that is what esports boils down to. It's the competitive spirit, and this is now turned from the physical age to the digital age, and this is the new thing. This is the next big thing that is going to capture the attention of gamers worldwide.
So friends, before a game gets developed, there is a lot of things that go into picture. For example, making a game is a very complex task. So you need to actually plan your game properly. So the very first step is planning. And before that step, there is a pre-step, that is the concept stage, wherein you are struck with an idea that, hey, this is the game that you want to make. So as soon as you get that idea, your very first step should be to start documenting that idea. And the process of documenting a game idea is pretty simple. You just need to take a piece of paper or an online document and start writing or typing down your ideas on that document. It's as simple as writing a one-line statement or maybe multiple paragraphs that detail out what your game is going to be about, what platforms is it going to be on. Additionally, what will be the control system, how will the users play your game. Maybe you can also add in details wherein which platforms your game will be deployed on. For example, it can be deployed on maybe a mobile platform, but within mobile platform will it be on Android, iOS, and all those factors. So planning is really important, and this entire process is actually called as game design documentation process. The document that gets made during this process is called as the game design document, which in game development world is commonly referred to as GDD. Now, a GDD is a very important piece of paper or a document, because without a good GDD, essentially you will be just working on an idea that is in your head, and at times it may also happen that you forget a few critical components or elements that need to go in the game. So it is very important and mandatory for you to make sure that you have a proper GDD in place, so that eventually you don't forget any of the critical components that have been planned for the development of your game. That's one. Within GDD, now what you need to detail out is all the factors that I just mentioned, but a very critical component of a GDD is your game mechanics. Now, what are game mechanics? Game mechanics are essentially what will make your game fun to play. So maybe you've identified what kind of game you want to make, right? Maybe it's an endless runner game, but what will be the game's mechanics? How will the controls of the game be, and how easy would it be, or how tough would it be for your game to pan out and essentially get a response from the player? So all those factors get drawn or written down in the GDD, and based on this GDD, people then start to work on a prototype. What is a prototype? It's a very simple core working of your game, a core concept of your game that gets made with just essentially cubes or very raw shapes. So a prototype is essentially a very small demo of sorts, without any fancy graphics, without any artwork. It's just bare bones game mechanics. Now, game mechanics are very important to plan out in the very first stages, initial stages, primarily because a game mechanic is what will make or break your game. So the foundation of your game should actually be a really strong and well thought of game mechanic. Some common examples of some games having really good game mechanics can be Angry Birds. Angry Birds had a very simple game mechanic when you fling the birds from point A to point B. That was the game mechanic. That was the core game mechanic. Then Subway Surfers, for example, Subway Surfers' core game mechanic was running, on an endless track, and your controls were swipe left, swipe right, swipe up, or swipe down. So if you swipe left, the character goes onto the left. Swipe right takes the character onto the right. Swipe up makes your character jump, and swipe down essentially helps your character duck. That was the game mechanic. So whenever you're planning a game, your game's mechanics should be really well thought of, and they should be fun to play. It's not that you just come up with a game mechanic and then start deploying time and resources to start churning out the production aspect of the game. No, what you should do instead is test out game mechanics with a small set of audience first. Take a feedback from them on what they feel can be improved in the game's mechanics, and based on that, try to improve your game's foundational mechanics. And this is because without a strong game mechanic, your entire game will fall flat on its face. If you don't have a strong game mechanic plan, then eventually your game will not be fun to play, and if something is not fun to play, it will either get bashed badly by the audience or simply get uninstalled and forgotten. So you need to make sure that whatever you're making, you are constantly taking feedback on whatever you've made. That will help you in two ways. One, it will help you validate your idea, because at the end of the day, you're making this for the audience. And if the audience is not liking what you're making, then there's no point to even put out the game in the market, right? So since you're making this game for the masses, making this game for the audience, you need to make sure that whatever you're making is really good to play. And it shouldn't occur to you after you've put in like months and months on efforts. You should be clear within the first few weeks that your game's core mechanics are good to play. And once you have that clarity, then you can go ahead and start making all the assets that are required to make your game. And while you're doing this in parallel, it is always important for you to take feedback, as I mentioned earlier, because that feedback will really help you validate and come up with good ideas if from the people themselves on what is it that they expect from your game. Because most of the times what happens is you come up with an idea, you think of it in one particular direction, but when you start taking feedback, you start to understand that, hey, maybe something that I had thought of initially is not even good to play or not even fun to play. In that case, it also helps you pivot from your original idea. And there's no bad thing or there's no stigma around pivoting. If you're making something that may potentially not be fun to play, then it would not make any sense for you to invest any further time and effort into it. Rather, taking feedback, pivoting, and making something fun to play as per the audience expectations would be a good path to go ahead. Now, it might also be possible that you are making something that is really unique and original. And maybe you may think that, hey, people might not understand this, or people will have a hard time consuming the content that I'm making. So, here you need to ask yourself a question: what is the target audience? Have you identified the target audience? Because before you end up making a game, it is also important for you to identify who is the target audience for this game and who is it particularly that you're making this game for. Because let's say, for example, if you're making a game that is a racing game and you're showing it to people who are interested in playing shooting games, so obviously you may not get the kind of feedback that you need for your game, because obviously the people that you are showing the game to are interested in playing shooting games, but you're showing them a game that is a racing game. So obviously the kind of feedback that you will get over there will not be accurate. So you need to identify this subset of audience that enjoys perhaps playing racing games, and someone who can give you critical feedback. And during this entire process, it is possible that you may get negative feedback, and you need to be open to negative feedback, because a lot of people get demotivated due to negative feedback. But that's really just a part and parcel of almost any profession out there. There will be positive feedback, there will be negative feedback, there will be mixed feedback, there will be support, there will be hatred or even pessimism around your idea. That's all fine. That's all a part and parcel of life. You need to identify percentages, and if the majority of your target audience likes your idea, then go ahead with it. A general good estimate would be, if people, more than 60% of people are liking your idea, then you can really go ahead and churn out production hours into the game that you're planning. If you're getting a really negative response from people saying that, hey, we don't even like your game, or this is a really boring idea, then listen to them. Ask them questions like, what is it that you find boring? Be respectful and polite when interacting and taking feedback. And this is because you may think that you're making a game that is really unique, that is innovative, but people might not need that innovation. People might just want to play something that is really substandard and has been tried and tested over the years. So that can be one subset of audience that enjoys playing games that are already popular out there. Additionally, there can be a audience that loves experimental games. So identify the people that you want to interact with, people that you want to bond with, and people who you want to build this experience for. Identify your own self as well. What is it that you're trying to build? Is it just another standard game, or is it something that is really unique out there in the market? If it is just a standard game, then there are multiple ways to validate your idea. One simple way is just taking feedback from people. There's no second option over there. Feedback is very critical, and if you are making something that is unique, then the answer is also taking feedback from people. If you're making this game for yourself as a hobby, then obviously you don't need to take any kind of feedback or opinion of people. But if you're building this for the masses, it is going to be going into the hands of people who may have never heard of you, may have never heard of the game concept that you're selling to them, or giving them to play, right? You may not be selling it to them, you may be giving them as an experience to play. So in that case, they have no idea about your game, they have no idea about you, so there is no direct connect between them, except the game that's in their hands. So it is very important for you to communicate without communicating with them directly. And what will be the medium of your communication? That indirect communication, the medium of communication is your game. Your idea, your entire thought process should be curated in the form of your game. Everything that you communicate in your game design document, everything that you write down in your game design document should be interfaced through your game. Now, what is an interface? It's just a layer of interaction between the user and the game. But here, your game itself is the interface of communication between the user and you, because you over here have conceptualized the game, right? And after you've conceptualized the game, after that, it is not your job to communicate how to play the game. It is the job of the product that you've made. It is the job of the tutorials that you have curated. It is the job of how well that game is developed. So once you have identified that, hey, this is a experience that is really good to play, and you've taken ample amount of feedback from people saying that, hey, we really like your game, the first few levels are really interesting to play, and we think that it's a generally a good game. So that's when you can solidify your thought process that, hey, whatever you're making is good. And that's when you need to start putting in the hours in terms of asset creation and stuff. So those are a couple of things that you need to keep in mind when before you start making a game. But there are some other aspects as well, such as determining the art style, what kind of engine is it that you want to make your game in, then what sort of a team you will need to make this kind of experience. So all of these factors really go into picture. Additionally, of what kind of hardware you will need to make a game. So this is directly dependent on the platform in which you want to make your game in, right? So let's say if you want to make a game that is not a hardcore game, or a game that is made for mobile platform, so in that you don't really need an extensive set of hardware. But if you want to make a PC game, a console game, and you really need that kind of hardware. So identifying the right set of hardware is critical for you to make your games. That's one. Post that, in whatever game you're making, will it be a PC, mobile game, or PC game? Then in addition to that, how will the controls pan out? So if it's a mobile game, will the controls be touch based? Will they be gyro based or accelerometer based, whatever? So you need to plan all those things out. In terms of a PC game, will there be controller support? All of those questions really come into picture. And in terms of identifying the talent, obviously you need to make sure that you're making something that is good to play, and in order to ensure that, you need the right set of components. When it comes to components, it's really a matter of fact of what kind of people you're hiring, right? Be it programming, be it art, be it sound, right? What sort of people that you need to build around your team, or build in your team, to make sure that they are enabled enough to make the game experience that you really want to make. So a couple of factors can be, for example, you want to make a mobile game, so you need experts in that particular software or engine. And a prerequisite to that is identifying which engine you are going to use to make that game. So really the way to determine that is pretty simple. If as a rule of thumb, this is what we personally follow. It may differ from company to company and ideology to ideology, but as a company, we prefer using a Unity game engine to make our mobile games. If we are building a PC game, we tend towards more high graphic intensive engine, that is Unreal Engine, that is widely used for making AAA quality games. And if you want to make games that are browser based, that don't have a high dependency on the kind of hardware, then I would suggest going ahead for this engine called Construct 3. There are also other engines out there. So identifying the right engine is also something that you need to keep in mind before you start making your game. All of these factors are really important for you to keep in mind, because once you're into production, then whatever things that have been preset in the pre-production stage essentially become written in stone. If you change any of these components, then that directly affects your production timelines, and that is the reason for delays. If any of these factors have any sort of disturbance in them, then that directly affects your timelines. For example, if you have hired a certain set of team, and you realize that, hey, you will need some more people in the team, right? Otherwise your timelines may get increased, because what happens is, when you determine your initial effort estimation, that time you think that, hey, this game will get made in 6 months or 7 months. But when you're into production, those timelines also slightly change. There might be a buffer time that you think that, okay, I've charted out that this project is going to take me 6-7 months. But later on, when you get into production, you realize that there are n number of other things that we also need to do. So that may affect our timelines and delay the game by say 3 or 4 more months. So your initial timelines of 6 months have now become 9 or 10 or 11 months, or whatever that is. So during that point of time, your entire planning sort of changes. So you need to account for best case scenario and worst case scenario both. So those are a couple of things that you need to keep in mind. We'll do a quick recap so that we touch upon all these base points. First is primarily identifying what is it that you want to make. So we were at the concept stage when we determined the idea on which we want to work, and we realized the importance of a game design document, and why is it important for you to document down all these ideas. A lot of game developers really start making games without documenting the ideas, and that is a short recipe for making a game that potentially might not be a good game to play. The second would be taking feedback. Importance of taking feedback is very critical, because at the end of the day, you're making a game that is being played, that is going to be played by the masses, and if you're not able to make a game experience that is really good for the audience, then your game will not be played. It's as simple as that. There is no sort of second opinion on this, and that is primarily because whenever your game gets launched, it is not you anymore who is doing the communication. It is your game that is doing the communication. So it is very important for you to make sure that your game has all the elements required for the game itself to communicate to the user that, hey, this is how you should play me. All right. All of these factors are very important. In addition to this, as we earlier discussed, having the right set of components and team members is very important, and having to plan out a proper production schedule is also important. We also looked at identifying game engines and how is it that you can actually work with game engines on different platforms. So is it required to have high specifications hardware? Perhaps not if you're making a mobile game. But if you're making a PC game or console game that is really intensive on graphics and needs high quality, then for sure you will need a high-end hardware. If at all any of these components get disturbed, certainly there will be delays, and delays come at a cost. So it is very important for you to plan out best and worst case scenarios. All of these things go into picture before even you start the production. And that's the reason why this entire process is also termed as pre-production stage. Planning for your game step by step. Every single aspect of your game needs to be planned before you proceed with the production. A lot of people fail to plan, and that's the reason why there is a common failure that is being faced in the gaming industry. So my suggestion would be certainly put in the time and effort that is required to create a strong foundation for your game. It is okay if your game gets delayed by 2 or 3 months if it comes at a higher quality. If it comes at the cost of your quality, then certainly it will not be a favorable positioning for you in terms of long term. Maybe you may able to churn out the game, maybe you'll be able to get to the market, but if your game's quality itself is not that good, then why even launch the game in the first place? So it is very important for you to always remind yourself on why is it that you started out in the first place, because once you're in the production, you're putting in your hard sweat, blood and tears, and weeks and months and years even in terms of making the game of your dreams or choice. So before you make that sort of commitment, it's a commitment not only to yourself but also to your extended team members that hey, we are going to take this concept, work on it for a couple of months or years, and then churn it out in and get it out in the market, right? So before you make that sort of commitment, having this entire planning always helps. There's no harm in putting in time in making sure that you whatever you will end up making will be good for the audience to play. During this entire process, it is also very important that you keep on taking timely feedback. The feedback should not just be in the pre-production stage, it should also transcend into the production stage, and most certainly before launch when you're testing the game. Because as I've been repeatedly mentioning, there's no point in launching a game that is not fun to play, because games are an entertainment medium and you're making games for people to have fun, or even to serve a purpose of education. All right. The purpose can be anything. It can either be fun, it can be education, it can be simulation, anything. Whatever you're making should serve the purpose for which it is being made for. If it is not, then it is not a good idea to work on. As simple as that. And as we also discussed earlier, an idea can be good for you. You may think that an idea is really exciting to work on and it will get widely adopted and accepted by the people. But till the point of time you don't take an active feedback from people themselves, there is no way for you to know for sure that whatever you are making will end up being used, played, or accepted by the audience on a large scale. So always make sure that these sort of planning is in place, because if you have all these components in place, then for sure once you enter into production you will get a complete clarity and idea on what you are making, and that will certainly help you create a really good quality product. At the end of the day, that is exactly what matters: bringing out a product that is being used by a lot of people, and also potentially have fun with. So all these games that you see out in the market, be it a GTA, Mafia, or NFS, all these big companies invest heavily in research and development. They invest heavily in pre-production. They churn out concept arts before even they start making 3D models. So as a pipeline, whenever you are making a 3D model, right, all the more 3D models that you see in whatever games you've made, really good companies invest heavily in making sure that they have concept arts planned out for the 3D character models, even the environments. So every single aspect of this is a part of the pre-production. Planning out your prototypes, making sure your mechanics are good, making sure your entire pipeline is in place, making sure you're working with the right engine. All of these components are very, very important for you to factor into. And without these components, it is pointless for you to even proceed ahead in development. The game development takes time. It certainly takes a huge bulk of your time, effort, and energy. So might as well put in your energy in the right place, and not invest your time in making something that might not be fun to play or might not be accepted by the audience. Now, having said so, even after you do all of this, it is still possible that you end up making a game that might not be played widely by the audience. And this happens because you are not able to market your game properly. But if you have built a strong foundation and you've taken initial feedback and set of people have loved your game, then once you scale that up, then after that it is only going to increase. For this reason, it is mandatory to not take feedback from your immediate friends and family, because your immediate friends and family will always give you positive feedback, and that is sometimes even harmful. That is sometimes even harmful. So always getting a positive feedback is also something that is really not good if it is coming from your immediate friends and family, because if you're taking feedback that is essentially just from your close friends and family, you'll always get positive feedback, because they don't want to hurt your sentiments and they don't potentially want to hurt your efforts or the time and energy that you're putting into. But always look at it from a perspective that, hey, you need to have that brutal honest feedback, because once you're putting your game out there in the market, if it crosses 1,000 downloads and 10,000 downloads, it is impossible for you to assume that this game will only be loved, right? Even the best of the best games out there in the market have 1-star rating. Even Asphalt has 1-star rating. Even Grand Theft Auto has people who hate that game. So your game is just one in potentially millions or billions of games out there that have already been launched. So it wouldn't be good for you to assume that whatever you are making is only going to be loved because you have been only getting positive feedback. Go out there, join Facebook groups, join communities wherein you can just demo your game, take active feedback from people who are not directly related to you. That's how you will get positive or negative feedback. Work with both set of feedbacks. Make sure that you are addressing all of these concerns. It is great if you are able to get initial feedback. Do not worry that your idea may get leaked, because your way of execution will be always different from someone else who might take your idea and work with it. So don't worry about the stigma that gets attached, that hey, you're taking feedback, and using that feedback maybe someone else will look at your idea or steal it. A precautionary measure to that may be that, let's say, if you are still worried that hey, you've got something that is really unique and you think that the concept might get leaked, so before you share your game's build or any idea with anyone, make sure you sign a standard non-disclosure agreement with them. A non-disclosure agreement essentially just binds you and the other person to not share your particular confidential information with any third party or any other person. So that can be a hygiene that is to be followed, and generally these are the things that companies also keep in their mind before they initiate work on any project. So identifying the right set of people, identifying your timelines, identifying what is it that you're working on, identifying the core game's mechanics, identifying the platforms on which your game is going to go, and effectively taking feedback from people who are not immediately related to you, but can give you honest, critical, positive or negative feedback. That's secondary, but taking feedback is very mandatory. So with that in mind, guys, make sure that you keep all these factors in mind before starting your game, and this should be your proper checklist of things to follow before you start any process of game development. So those are a couple of things that were in my mind, and I would like to thank Scalar Academy for taking this initiative, for bringing ahead all these thought processes in front of their audience. As game developers, as aspiring game developers, this is very important factor that you need to keep in your mind, because this is what will make or break your game, and this will really help you scale up your game in terms of production. If you get the right set of feedback very early on, it will only help you with regards to the entire production cycle. So make sure you give time to the planning, and once you've planned your game well, once you've planned the production well, you've charted out the timelines, you've figured out who is it that you want to involve in the development process, after that go all in, then don't look back, and then just adjust yourself based on the feedback and the workflow that has been potentially planned. just in terms of the scale of games being developed, we are also in India now seeing some really big quality games, high quality games coming out of India. No longer are developers focusing only on creating casual games, but there is also a new wave of audience that is creating some amazing games by themselves. Also, guys, this is just a little bit about the session. This is a live session. It is not a pre-recorded session. I saw a comment that it's a pre-recorded session, but it's not. So the way that we will be dividing this session is that this is going to be a total of 1 hour 45 minutes of session. The first 1 hour and 30 minutes will be dedicated to me talking about games, and then also giving you a walkthrough about how to use Unity and what is Unity for that matter. And then the last 15 minutes we will be opening it up for Q&A. So whatever doubts you have regarding games or game development, feel free to ask towards the end of it. And guys, before I start the stream, I would also request everyone to hit the like button on this stream, because this is going to be a fun-filled session. Additionally, if you have not already subscribed to Scalar Academy's YouTube channel, press the subscribe button and also hit the bell icon so that you never miss another update from Scalar Academy, because there is tons to learn from Scalar Academy's YouTube channel. All the technical skills you get to learn over here, and I think they are doing a fabulous job through this channel, teaching people technical skills that are required to make it big into their respective fields. And I want to also thank Scalar Academy for shedding light towards gaming industry, because I think a lot of guidance is needed for people who want to get started in this industry. And I feel while online there are multiple resources, I think knowledge is only I would say there's an unlimited scope to even learn more and more about this industry. So as a career path, I think gaming industry is now a safe bet to play, because gone are the days wherein people used to doubt the career, a kid's career in game development. We see companies like Nazara, for that matter, getting listed onto the stock exchange, an Indian gaming company getting listed onto the stock exchange. That speaks volumes about how far we've come as an industry. Additionally, there are also amazing games being developed from this from the developers side. So the scope is huge, the scope is massive, and it is only improving day by day, right? Nowadays, if you're watching this particular stream and you're able to pick up this skill, you yourself will be able to make some amazing games by just learning the basics of Unity game engine. Now let's come towards the Unity game engine side. All right. Now you may ask, what is Unity game engine? I assume that you may not know anything about game development, or you don't know anything what a game engine is. So to explain it in a very simple term, a game engine is a software that enables you to make a game. All right, that's the core of it. That's the simplest explanation that I can give you. Now, are there different types of game engines? Absolutely, there are. Can you make a game without a game engine? Absolutely, you can, but that is a very tough way to go, because when you don't rely on a game engine, you have to make a lot of things by yourself. You have to write the graphics engine, you have to write the UI code, you have to write the physics side of things. So it's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of effort to put into just starting to make games. So what game engines have done is they've made it extremely simple for you. What they've done is you can just pick up a game engine, you can start with an idea, you can write down that idea and jot down whatever you want to build, and after that you can just get started. It is literally as simple as I say. The only reason why people might not get this industry or how to make games is because perhaps they might not be investing that much time in learning. But you guys are smart. You are watching this video because you want to learn this skill. And today I will be hand holding you and telling you how you as aspiring game developer can start and make your own games. So with that in mind, now I explained what a game engine is, and I also told you that there are different types of game engines, and I also told you why a game engine is important for you to get started, right? Let's explore what are the different types of game engines now. So as I mentioned, today we are going to learn about Unity game engine. But is Unity game engine the only engine out there? Absolutely no. There are some different types of game engines as well, and for every different game engine there is like a different narrative. So Unity game engine is, according to me, a universal game engine that can be used to make any type of game, literally any type of game. But apart from Unity, there is Unreal Engine, there is CryEngine, there is Construct 3, there is Phaser, there is Godot, there is GDevelop, all of these kinds of engines. But for me, what I think is, I love Unity 3D primarily because there is a lot of resources available online, and you can pick up this engine and it is extremely easy to use. And you will see how easy it is over the next 1 hour, because I'll be walking you through the entire game engine and the basics of it. And I can assure you that the basics are what you need to actually start making games in this engine, because everything else is just an extension of the basics. Today we will be learning what what is the interface of Unity game engine, what does it look like, what sort of, where do you download it, is it free, is it paid, or how do you write your first code in the engine. All of the basics, every single thing we will be walking through about Unity game engine. And obviously there are other engines as well that might be equally as easy to pick up, but personally I always recommend a Unity game engine because it is extremely easy. It's providing the right set of tools, it is providing the right set of assets to work with. It also helps the developers through their community, and if you just type Unity tutorials, you will get tons of resources available online, much like this video, right? Scalar Academy is bringing this video to you. That itself is a testament of how easily accessible Unity tutorials are. So, I'll just talk a little bit about the industry for the next 5 minutes more, and after that we will get right into the game engine, and you will learn how easy it is to make games in Unity game engine. So now let's talk about the engine itself. This was an engine that has matured over the years and has seen tons of development happening in the engine itself. Every few months there are improvements done in the engine that make it even more stable, and that kind of bring a lot of value to the developer. So I remember using Unity back in 2013 when I used to make my first few games, and since then till now, if you look at the evolution of the engine, it has gone through a massive change, and it has so many updates, it has so many assets. The asset store itself of the engine is so extensive that anything that you want to make is possible in Unity game engine. You are only restricted by your imagination, you are only restricted by your own technical expertise of the engine. Now, having said so, one simple mindset you must have whenever you pick up a new skill is that you will never ever be able to learn every single thing of the said software. It is a constant evolution process for yourself. It is a constant back and forth. It is a constant practice. I remember putting in, I don't know, like 7 hours, 8 hours per day in just learning how programming works or how this engine works. So I would just request you to have the same set of temperament. You need to have patience. You need to know that it is going to take time, because nothing great happens quickly, right? Nothing amazing happens overnight, and you need to dedicate time. You need to dedicate that kind of passion. You need to have that passion in order to learn any skill. So now what I'll do is we'll keep it really simple. I will share my screen and we will step by step walk through a lot of interesting aspects about what it is to make games in Unity game engine. So let's get started now. I know I've got the next 3 minutes to show you the interface and all, but now what I'll do is I'll walk you through where exactly you will be able to download Unity game engine, and post that we will get right into the engine. So now I'll share my screen. If you look over here, I have shared my screen, and you can see this is the official website of Unity. So unity.com is the official website, and this engine is completely free for individuals. There are paid versions as well, but I think as a starter you need not worry about that, because Unity as an engine has been free and is still free for anyone who earns less than $200,000. So it's not mandatory for you to buy the license, but if you do, there's just one additional feature that you get, is that you get to remove the splash screen. So whenever you make any games with the Unity game engine and you deploy it onto, say, a PC or an Android, that time you get to start the game, and then at the very beginning you get introduced with a splash screen. In the paid version of the software, you get to just do away with the splash screen. So let's say, like, if we go over here, this is the plans and pricing. So you can either download this as an individual, wherein you get the student and personal license for free. And there is a Teams version as well, the Plus version and the Pro version. This is kind of you can prepay it $399 per year per seat, or $1,800 per year per seat. If we look at the system specifications that you need to run a Unity game engine, I think it's not as high as you might imagine. You will need like a decent graphic card. I would recommend having at least a 4 GB graphic card and 8 GB of RAM in terms of the system that you will be needing. You need not build an RTX system. You need not invest heavily in making a gaming beast rig in order to be able to run Unity game engine. So that's a bit about where you can download the engine and what's the website and stuff. Now let's take a look at some of the popular games that have been made in Unity, because obviously now you will want to know that, okay, why should I use this engine? What are the games that have already been made in the engine, right? So like I did a small bit of Google search, and here's what I've come up with. So games like Cuphead, games like Hearthstone, games like Rust, City Skylines, games like Kerbal Space Program have all been made in Unity game engine. So you can imagine what all you can do in the engine, right? I'm not sure why Unreal is coming over here. I'm pretty sure it was not made in Unity game engine, but anyway. So if you just go ahead on Wikipedia, you will find all this list of multiple games that have been made in Unity game engine, and you can find this list sorted by years. So 2005, 2008, Dead Frontier, Three Kingdoms Online, 2013, Dead Effect, and Dead Trigger 2. Then in 2014, Mini Metro. Mini Metro is also a game that I personally enjoy playing a lot. Then in 2016 there was NASCAR Heat Evolution that was made. Super Mario Run was made in Unity. In 2017, NASCAR Heat 2. You can go ahead and check out this list. Now, when you start the engine itself, you need to go through somewhat what is known as the Unity Hub. Now, what is a Unity Hub? As soon as you install Unity, you can just go ahead and get started. And from here, you can pick your license. I'll just, for the sake of this video, I'll just click on Get Started, and you can just download for Windows. As soon as you download for Windows, you will get something known as the Unity Hub. So what is Unity Hub? Like, this is something new that has recently been popped up. But I'll just give you a small introduction about the entire setup. One second. So this is essentially what is Unity Hub. So all right, so I was just resizing my windows and stuff. All right, so what do we see over here is that in Unity Hub, you will see essentially the list of all your projects. We will also be making some videos, making some projects over here as I show you. But here what you need to do is, Unity Hub is a central place for you to actually install multiple versions. As I walked you through the earlier statement, right, wherein I mentioned that Unity has evolved over the years and they have had multiple versions and multiple iterations of their engine. Like, they have improved the engine to such an extent that anything and everything that you can imagine now is a part of the engine. So I remember back in the day, there was this framework called NGUI, which was a separate UI asset available on the asset store of Unity game engine. And now if you look at Unity as an engine, that NGUI asset has been integrated inside the engine itself. So like this, they've made multiple advancements in the engine itself. And as you can see on my system, I have multiple versions of Unity game engine installed, and that's because I've been using this engine for quite a while now. And you can see over here there is a really interesting badge that is mentioned over here, that is long-term support, and this is this LTS badge. Okay, and you can see that this LTS badge is only on select few versions. Now what does an LTS mean? What does an LTS version mean? So LTS version is something that Unity as a company maintains over the long term. Now what happens is choosing your version of the engine is also really critical, because whenever you make some project, you have to make sure that you are using the same engine, but within the same engine you are consistently keeping the same version. And when you're a big company, let's say you're as big as a AAA studio, so that time if you even switch a version of your engine by like say, let's say if some version is made in 2017.4.26 F1, and I want to upgrade my Unity engine's version to say 2017.4.39 F1, there might be implications that you might not be aware of. There might be changes within the versions of the engine itself that might break your project, and that might just essentially delay the timeline of production. So for that reason, it is very important for you to maintain the same version, and if within the same version, if there are any glitches or anything, right? So the engine developer themselves keep on launching these updates and bug fixes for the engine. And usually for the versions in Unity that are not LTS are generally abandoned, but LTS versions are the ones that are really taken care of. So if you can see, I have 2017 LTS, I have 2018 LTS, 2019 LTS, and 2020 LTS as well. So these engines are generally maintained in a much more structured way, and I have all these engines installed because I've got a couple of projects that were made back in 2017, some made in 2018, some made in 2019, and some in 2020. So that's the reason why these versions are really important. So pick your versions correctly, and I would recommend pick a version that has LTS. All right. This badge is really important. And if you want to add a new version, all you have to do is add, and then you can select your version over here. So this is generally the installation process. All right. And once you do this, and let's just do a rough walkthrough. Let's say if I choose 2019.4.36 F1, all right, this is an LTS version. So I will prefer to have an LTS version. I click on next, and within this next, I can choose to install any of these components as well. So I already have Microsoft Visual Studio Code, which is different from Microsoft Studio Community 2019. So I'll choose to skip this. And since I am primarily a mobile games developer, we make games for Android and iOS. So I will install, say, an Android build support and an iOS build support. Like this, according to your needs and requirements, you can choose whatever components you want. If you want to build for web, you can select a WebGL support. You can also have multiple language packs and stuff. You can also choose to have a documentation of the engine installed. I will skip this process because I already have Unity versions installed. Now coming to the projects now. So we we took a look at the install side of things, wherein we found out what an LTS version is and what kind of version will be correct for you. Now we will come to this project tab, something that you can see over here. I've already created a project over here that is test project, and I've located it inside my scalar project. But if you want to make a new project, let's say, all right, so all you have to do is click new over here, and over here you can write your project's name, whatever that is. It's if you want to make a running game, you can type and keep the name of the project as a running game, or whatever you want. And something on the left hand side of things, you can see there is like a 2D and 3D high definition RP, universal render pipeline, mobile 2D, mobile 3D, AR, VR. So this is essentially what platform or what kind of quality you want to make for the game. All right, so I generally prefer using, say, a 3D or a 2D framework depending on the type of game that I want to make. But this essentially what this does is it just sets your project folder in such a way that it is accustomed, or it is I would say tuned to the kind of game that we want to make. I've already created a project, so I will not do this because it takes a while to actually open the project. And since we are live and short on time, so I just thought that I'll keep a project created, so it just saves time for all of us. All right, so when this project is created, that time after the project is created, something like you can see something like this. Now this folder was also not present, and this is something that I created myself. This is how the interface of Unity Game Engine looks like. Now this has actually stayed quite consistent over the years. So I'll just walk you through the entire basics of it. You can resize all of these windows according to however you want. This is how the engine looks like, and you can kind of have like a different layouts. Let's say, I generally prefer this layout because this is just my work style, but some developers, they want to, let's say, like use a 4 split, wherein you can have different views on top and side of each other. I can also have like a 2x3 split, which gives me this look. This is completely the preference of the developer. I can have like a tall layout, a wide layout, or the default layout. Now, I'll tell you why I prefer the default layout, because in the default layout, everything is in front of you. Everything is in front of you. I'm sorry. So let us understand what is in front of us. So if you see over here at the center of the screen, you have something known as your scene view. So what is a scene view exactly? Every single thing that is going to be a part of your game will be somewhere in the scene view. All right, every single thing that is going to be a part of your game, be it visible, invisible, or maybe a level that is going to be streamed later on, every single thing is going to be a part of the scene view. Then there is something known as the game view, which you will find over here, scene and game. All right. So in the game view, this view essentially shows you how your game will look like. All right. So if, let's say, if I build this game and I deploy it onto my mobile phone, this is how my game will look like. Nothing is there, right? Because we haven't put anything over here. Now there are some interesting things over here to note, is that this is not the only view, right? So there is the scene view and the game view, but then there are some other parts of the window as well. So you can see there is something known as the hierarchy view over here. Over here you can find there is hierarchy on the left. There is inspector on the right. There is projects on the bottom, and there is also this tab called as console. I'll come to the console part later, but let's just understand each of these things in further detail. Let's start with the hierarchy view. All right. So everything that is a part of your scene view will be a part of the hierarchy view in a form of a list. All right. Now, if you see over here, I have my sample scene, which is the name of the file of the scene that we are working on. So, whenever you save anything, this particular framework gets saved as a scene, which is a part of your Unity's project folder. If you look over here in the assets folder in the project side, if you double click on this scenes folder, you'll see something known as sample scene. All right, this is named as sample scene, and this is your project structure. And now, if you see over here, there is a small arrow in the hierarchy view. I just click on this, and as soon as I click on it, I see 2 objects that are a part of the list. I can see the main camera, I can see a directional light. If I click on main camera, automatically in my scene view, I can see 3 arrows. All right. What are these 3 arrows? We'll find them out in further depth. But before that, let us also take a look at the directional light. I will click on the directional light, and my arrow has now moved somewhere else. What does this denote? This simply denotes that in my scene view, my main camera is over here at the center of these, wherever these arrows converge, my main camera is located over there. And whenever I click on directional light, I see this arrows and a move. So my directional light is located over here. Now this, just see how easily connected everything is in Unity. All right. So as soon as I click on main camera, till the point of time I was not clicking on anything, I lost the arrow, and there's nothing in the folder as such. But as soon as I click on main camera, and if you observe on the right side in your inspector area, a lot of information has popped up. Now let's understand what all information is available to us now. Now what I want you to keep at the back of your mind is that everything that you see on the right hand side in the inspector panel is called as a component. Okay, every single thing that is, let's say, I'll just click on this arrow and depopulate this. So transform, as soon as you click on main camera, you see this list popping up on the inspector panel. There are three objects over here, three components specifically. One is the transform component, second is the camera, and third is your audio listener. Let us take a deeper look at each of these. So if I click on this arrow and I see over here in the transform, there are multiple different, I would say, values, right? So there is the position value, there is the rotation value, and there is a scale value. What do these numbers mean? There is this position in X, position Y, position Z, rotation X, Y, Z, scale 1, X, Y, Z. If I look at it from my scene view, and I just click on this blue arrow and start moving this, if you will observe on the right hand side in the inspector panel, my Z value changes. Alright, I will do Control Z and I'll make the camera move back to its initial position. So over here, if you think about it, like, it's so simple, right? This arrow denotes the Z position of my main camera. And how did we come to the conclusion of this? Simple. We clicked on the main camera. We saw that on the right hand side there is multiple properties that have opened up. I saw it from the transform view, and I just took this arrow and moved it further and backwards, and I could see that my Z value was changing over here. So that's how I was able to determine that this position Z corresponds to that particular blue arrow. If I do the same thing in my red arrow, my X value changes. See? And if I do this in the green arrow, that's a superhero's name as well. Wow. Then my Y value changes. So see, transform is a component, and within transform, there are multiple values that are essentially telling you what and where the object is. And these are also self-explanatory, right? Position, where is the camera located? Rotation, is it rotated or not? And scale, you will not come to know the significance of scale and on the camera, but we'll just keep this at the back of your head. This will be useful in the later part of the video as well. Scale is 111 right now. We'll just keep it at the side right now. If I click on this arrow on the camera component, I can see multiple properties over here. Don't worry, don't get confused or I would say fearful of the multiple values. We will come to each of them, and eventually once you start learning this engine deeply, you will come to know the significance of each of these things as well. But right now what I want to do is give you a real quick walkthrough on what is it that you need to get started. All right, so as a hygiene point, always what I make it a point is that I'm always organizing my folders properly. So we took a look at the scene view. All right, we saw what a game view is, and we saw hierarchy, and we saw what an inspector panel is. Inspector panel is simply just an entire detail of your object that you clicked on in the hierarchy view. All the properties that are a part of the object are displayed to you in the inspector panel. All right, every single component that is on the object is a part of the inspector panel. All right, so if I do the same thing with directional light and I come back to my scene view, my arrows are over here. You can see some similar setup over here. Transform is over here. But then the next component, which was on our main camera, is different on our directional light. So on my directional light, I can see a component of light. And like this, there will be different kind of components on different object. Is it possible to have multiple cameras? Absolutely it is. And then you can duplicate multiple cameras. I can just use Control C and Control V. If I do this, I will just have now two cameras, and I can even rotate this camera. I can rotate this, and you can see there's like a, whenever you click on any object, and if it is a camera, you will be able to see over here in this mini window of how things will look from the camera's perspective. So I've clicked on this new camera and I've rotated it, and you can see, like, my the view of that camera is shown over here. Whereas if you click on our original camera, the view is straight, right? The view is what it was in the default view. So like this, you can create multiple cameras. Obviously, things get more complicated as you move ahead, but the basics remain the same. Now, what I want you to want to do is now quickly give you an introduction of what is a game object. Everything that you see over here in the scene can be called as a game object, more or less. But just to give you a small example and to show something on screen and working, let's just create a basic object that is already a part of the engine. Let us take a cube on the screen. Now, how do you make a cube appear on the screen? It's very simple. Just go to game object, and over here you will get a list of many things. We'll just go to create a 3D object, and I'll click on cube. If you want to go ahead and add a cube, sphere, capsule, cylinder, that's up to you. As soon as I click on cube, there are two things that have happened now. One, on the left hand side, we could see there is a new item added in the list in the hierarchy view that is named cube. Now it is up to me for me to name this object. So I'll just call this as, say, first cube. All right, and I'll just hit enter. All right, now as soon as I hit enter, I want you to also notice one interesting thing. Whatever the name of this object is over here, if you look at it from the inspector panel, the same name appears over here. So if you want to rename this object, you have two options. Either you can rename it from the inspector panel. I'll just call this first cube 1, and I'll hit the enter. As soon as I hit the enter on the inspector panel's name category, the same name gets updated over here, first cube 1. All right, and if I right click over here and I click rename and I remove the 1 number, that same thing gets updated onto the inspector panel. So this is how both the things are connected. Now let's do a deep dive on the first cube. I will just for the safety hit Control S and save this scene. It is always mandatory for a developer to save all their work and have like Control S handy in your hand. Otherwise, I've faced a lot of nightmare situations where I've lost a lot of progress. So it's just a force of habit for me to keep on hitting Control S even if there is no need at times. All right, so now coming to this entire object again. All right, we have a cube on our screen. Let's see on the game view. So if I start my game right now, this is what I will see on the screen. I have a cube in front of me. Now what I want to do is I want to essentially move this cube. Now I'm able to move this cube like this, but what I can also do is in my game view, if I'm in my game view, I will not get those arrows. I will not be able to see those 3 arrows. I will not be able to control the cube, but that's not true. I can still control the cube. All I have to do is click on this first cube, go to my transform component, and select whatever value I want, and I can either click and drag this, and that's how my cube will start moving in front of me. And as soon as I leave the button, as soon as I release my mouse, this object will get fixed over here. So now this is on minus 1.86. I will just move it back to the 0 position. And what are these values exactly called? These are vectors. These are 3-dimensional vectors. And why are these 3-dimensional vectors? It's because they have 3 components in them, namely the x direction, y direction, and z direction. The same is true in the rotation and scale as well. Whenever you are dealing with vectors, it's a complex mathematical topic that
might have been a part of a lot of people's curriculum, and you might have thought that, hey, what are these values? I don't know any significance of these. But this is where it becomes visual to you and practical to you. So this is the importance of vectors. Position vectors, rotation, even in rotation you can use these vectors, even in terms of the scale, the magnitude of how big or small your object you want. So this is the actual importance of vectors. And in game development, mathematics is really important. If you have a clear understanding of your mathematical concept, every single thing becomes easy for you. All right, now let's come back to the topic of our cube. All right, so what happens is now I will be able to move my object using this X and Y. I'll just drag and drop over here. I can even manually write down a value. Let's say I want to move this to say X5, right? So I'll just input 5 and my cube has moved in the 5 direction. I'll just click it. I'll just keep it back at 0. Now, what I want to do is I want to be able to, in this session, what I'll do is I'll also walk you through a little bit of programming. Okay, you need not know every single thing about programming, but I'll just try to keep it as simple as I can for you. I understand that a lot of you guys might be actually looking at game programming also for the first time, but I'll try to keep it extremely basic. So by the end of this session, what I will do is let's aim at making sure that this cube moves in the right direction, moves in the left direction, moves in the upward direction and downward direction. If we are able to do it in the next till the session ends, then I think I will be able to successfully explain to you of how you can extend the same thought process to basically make any game that you want. Okay, so whenever you are dealing with any game object, right, all you need to keep in mind is how can you tweak each of these components through code. Okay, and in Unity Game Engine, the game programming language, the programming language that is being used is called C#, or it is also known as C#. And as I mentioned, earlier, we got slightly deviated from the topic of, maintaining a proper project folder structure. I keep it a habit for myself to always organize my project folders in a proper way. Now, as you can see, there is this inside the scenes folder. I have a sample scene, and if I click on assets folder over here, there is just one folder inside this. That is the scenes folder. What I want to do now is, since I will be starting to code, I want to create a new folder wherein I will keep all my code files. So that's exactly what I'll do. If you remember at the very beginning, I had deleted a scripts folder. Let's now recreate that scripts folder and keep all the code files into that folder. So how to do that? Just come to your projects window, projects section, and click over here and right click and click move to create, and just there is this C# script option. Click on that. As soon as you do that, oh my god, we have actually created a script. That's a mistake that I did from my end. I should not have created a script. I wanted to create a folder. So let me just temporarily delete this particular script, and then we will again recreate this as well. All right, so this took a small bit of a hiccup for ourselves, but okay, no worries. I'll go and create a folder first. Okay, as soon as I create a folder, I will call it as a scripts folder. So this is where I was supposed to create that script. Okay, so I have created a scripts folder, called it my scripts folder, and I'll hit the enter button. Now, if you see over here, there's a small difference in both these folders. If you see, scenes folder icon looks like this, and scripts folder icon looks like this. It looks empty, and that's exactly why, because it is empty. So I'll just double click on this scripts folder, and as soon as I double click it, you can see the scripts option over here. That's how extensive it goes. So let's say if you create a subfolder inside the scripts folder, then that option will appear over here, and that's how you know in which folder you exactly are at that time. If I go back to my assets folder, I can see that there is scenes, then there is scripts. If I double click on scripts folder, I know now that I am inside the scripts folder thanks to this particular area. Now I want to create a script now, all right? Because
if you want to make sure that this cube is, you can move the cube, all you need to do is create a script and attach it to that object and make sure that you have the right inputs in place. So that's exactly what I'll do. Now I'll go ahead and inside my scripts folder, I'll click on right click, then create and C# script. And now since we are going to move the cube, I will call this as my movement controller. Okay, I have named this script as movement controller, and I'll simply hit the enter button. As soon as I do this, my script gets selected in the projects view, and on the right side in the inspector panel, I can see a preview of my script. Now let's just do one thing. Let's double click this, and what the double click will do is it will open this script for you. Okay, I'll double click, and as soon as I double click, I can see this is in front of me. Okay, now there are tons of things over here, but you need not get baffled by these. You need to pay attention to two parts. One is this part, and the second one is this part. Let us first dissect this entire script. Okay, what is this? You need not worry about that right now. What is this? You need not worry about that right now either. This is the name of your script, and there are two important functions in this script. So if you have a little bit of background about programming, you might know what a class is and what is a function. For now, if you don't know these basics, I would recommend you at least study about C++ or C#, at least the basics of it, so that whatever I'm talking about right now will make much more sense to you. I'm still trying to keep these things extremely basic so that you will at least understand what is going on. But in order to get a proper full-fledged understanding, I think at least a basic understanding of programming would be needed. So now there are two functions that are in this particular script. There is a void start function and void update function. The importance of these two functions is simply that void start gets called once whenever your game starts, and void update gets called multiple times whenever your game is running. Okay, so to understand update function in a much more simpler term, it's as good as if you are aware of the term FPS. Okay, FPS, I'm not talking about first person shooters, I'm talking about frames per second. So FPS, essentially what it means is how many times in 1 second does your screen get refreshed. Okay, so which means frames per second. So update gets called once every frame. Whenever your screen gets refreshed, every single time update function gets called. So this is where you need to look at if you want to move objects continuously, that should be a part of your update. If you want to initialize something, let's say if you want to do something only once at the very beginning of your game, then you need to do that in the start function. Let's see how we can do that now. Let's do that with a simple example. What I will do now is I have this first cube. I will move this in some random place. Okay, let us put a value, let's say x5, y2 and z3. Okay, now the very first challenge for us is simple. I want to make sure that this cube is at the 0 position where we started it from, okay, through a script. But before we do that, I need to guide you to what is known as the game view. Now, although you can see that we are already in the game view, but this is not exactly the importance of the game view. We have not actually started the game. All right. So if you look at the top panel, there is this play button, and there is this pause button, and there is this skip icon, which is currently disabled. Right now, what I'll walk you through is these two buttons. So as soon as you hit the play button, what happens is this is exactly how your actual game will work. Whenever you hit the icon of any game to start that game, this is essentially that exact thing. This is starting your game. All right.
So we have started the game successfully, but nothing is happening right now on the screen. Why is that? It is because we haven't really done anything. We haven't written any code over here. And our challenge now is to simply make sure that this cube is at the 000 position as soon as I hit the play button. So as soon as you hit the play button, your game has started. All right. Now what I want to do is simply make sure that this position is 000 whenever I hit the play button. Now just see how easy this is to do. I've written my script. Okay. I've opened my script and now I will start to write the code. Now, what is it that we want to achieve with this? It's to make sure that we move the cube to the 000 position. And where do we want to do it? We want to do it inside the transform component. Okay. So just see how beautiful and easy this is to write. Okay. I will just write wherever I want to make the change. I'll just write it over there. Okay. Transform. And what is it that I want to change? I want to change the position. Okay. Transform dot position equal to. Now if I want to at the very beginning I told you that all these values are vectors, so I want to make sure that my cube is moved to the 000 position, 000 position. So I will simply write and this is convention, this is what you will pick up as in when you code more. I will say that new vector 3. And yes, there is something known as vector 2 and vector 3. Vector 2 is when you only want to deal with x and y. Vector 3 is when you want to deal with x, y, and z, all the 3 components. So I want to move this particular cube in x is 0 position, y is 0 position, z's 0 position. Alright. So what I will do is I'll just type 0, 0, 0, and I will end this code with a semicolon. This is the standard practice with any code. You end that one line with a semicolon, and I'll just hit Control S, and I can see that this script is perfect. There is no error inside this script. I will come back to my Unity, and we've written the code, right? So you might think that okay, everything is perfect, everything is set. Now, since I've written the code, as soon as I hit the play button, this cube will come to the 0, 0, 0 position. Let's try ahead and do that. So now what has happened is, although we've written the script and we are in the play button, still the cube has not moved. And why is this now? It's simply because although we have written the script, but the script does not know which object to move it to 0, 0, 0. And that's because this script is also a component, and since this is a component, it needs to be on the object. And if we inspect the object through the inspector panel, we can see on the first cube there are components such as transform, there is cube mesh filter, there is mesh renderer, there is box collider, but there is no component of the script that we just made. So what is the script's name that we have? This is the movement controller script that we made. Okay. Now I have to add this component, add this script to my object. I think the last few audio part was lost. Okay. I'll just walk through that same process again. I'm sorry for the technical issue. So there are 3 ways. One is you can either drag and drop this onto your object, and you can effectively just have the script added onto your object. There's a small issue in the audio. I apologize for that. So okay, so we are back with the audio issue has been solved. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, sound has gone again. It's primarily because I'm on a slightly glitchy audio USB connection. I'm sorry for that. Okay, we are back over here. Now I'll just click on the add component option here, and I will type my script's name, that is the movement controller. And as soon as I've clicked over here, my movement controller script is added over here. So this is the second way. The first way was for me to simply add this movement controller directly and drag and drop this onto my object. Okay, so I will just remove this component again, and I want to Okay, I think we are back. There was a small issue with my streaming software, wherein I was facing some issue with regards to the audio, which has, I guess, been fixed now, and I hope we won't experience any further issues about this. Alright, so the third way now. The third way is by simply dragging and dropping this object into your inspector panel. So I will just do this, and as soon as I see this blue thingy over here, I'll just drop it over here, and my movement controller script is over here. So now what I am sure is that okay, my script is onto my object now, and I can be rest assured that this script will work now because I've written in a right way. So I'll just hit the play button, and as soon as I hit the play button, you can see the cube will actually get moved to the center position. And if I inspect the if I inspect the values over here, I can see that my object has now been moved. So hard. Let's hope. Yeah, let's hope the audio does not get affected again. I'm not sure what is happening with the USB connection, but I apologize deeply for that. Okay, coming back to the object now, like you can see our script is working. This is why is this happening? I think it's got to do something with my USB connection, which I tested, but then technical issues can happen anytime, and I deeply apologize for this. Okay, all right, let's gather ourselves back. Once again, apologies. I don't know how many times I'll apologize for this, but once again, apologize for the technical issues in front regards to the audio. Now let's come back to our game. We've written the script now, and we've seen that how we can move the object from any position to its rest position, or you can add any values over here. Let's say if I test this to say 1 comma 1 comma 1, if I want to move the object to 1 comma 1 comma 1, all I have to do is now also make sure that whenever you make any change in your script, you have to press the Control S button. So if you have to save the script, because if you don't do that, nothing will happen. So although I have written 1 comma 1 over here, and I come back to my Unity and I hit the play button, and I still don't have not saved the script yet, right? So what will happen is it will again get moved back to the same 0 comma 0 comma 0 position, and this is only because we have not saved the script. So I'll come back to my code, I will hit the Control S button, and I'll come back to my Unity. I'll wait for it to compile, because whenever you make any code change, it has to take some time to compile, right? And as soon as I hit the compile, as soon as the compile process is finished and I press the play button, now my object will be moved slightly towards the right, because as you can see on my first cube, I have the position 1, 1, 1. Okay, cool. This is sorted. I will revert. Okay, so we'll revert this to 0, 0, 0. Now what I want to do is assign some bit of control to the cube. What I want to do is I want to be able to move the object whenever I press the A, W, S, D buttons. Okay, so when I press the A button, my object should move towards the left. When I press the D button, my object should move towards the right. When I press the W button, it should move up, and subsequently if I press the S button, it should move down. Okay, so it's very easy to do this. How you can do this is, you cannot do this in the start function, because you have to take continuous updates. And as I mentioned to you earlier, you have to use the update function to do this. How does this happen? It's very easy now. Now whenever it comes to a keyboard is an input. And the reason why I am able to do all of this is because I have had tons of experience in the Unity game engine itself, right? This is all I would say code convention. This is all syntax that you need to memorize, and that's the reason why you need to have a lot of practice in the programming space, because without practice you will not be able to do much. So now what I want to do is, I want to just we've initialized the object at the 0, 0, 0 position. Whenever I hit any key, I want to make sure that the object moves. So let's say if I will write this code, and I'll explain this to you as well. If input dot get key and then key code, then transform dot position. Now over here on the top, we had actually assigned a position to the object, but now here what we want to do is, we want to move the object. So it has to either go in the left side or it has to go in the right side, right? So how can we achieve this is by simply either using a plus sign or a minus sign. So what I minus is equal to the same syntax, new vector 3, and since I want to move it in the left side, okay, I will use the x coordinate, okay, 1, 0, 0. When I press the A button, I want the object to move 1 unit to the left, okay, and this is my input code ready, okay. So I will just hit Control S. I will come back to my Unity. I will wait for it to compile, and after this I will just press the play button. So as soon as I hit the play button, and now we are in the game view, I will now press A, and as soon as I start pressing A, my object has rapidly started to move, okay, and this is because I am using the function get key. What does get key mean? It means that till the point of time my A button is pressed, the object will keep on moving towards the whichever side that we've determined. So here what I will do is, instead of using get key, I will use get key down. Okay. Now see what happens. Now you saw that I was pressing the A button, and just with a small press, it was causing the object to go haywire, right? Because we are moving it by one unit every single time whenever I press that button. But now since I've used get key down gets called only once when you just press the button. So I will just hit the play button now. Okay, and I've hit the play button. My object has again come to the center, and I press A, and I've kept it pressed. Okay, you can see this over here. I've kept it pressed, but my object is not moving now. And I'll press it again. My object has started moving one unit towards the left, and this is with the A button. Now, how do I replicate the same code with D, W, or S? Very simple, very simple. I'll just move to the next line. I will write the same code with a small minor change. If input dot get key down key code dot D, and then my program parenthesis transform dot position plus is equal to. On top I had kept minus is equal to because I wanted to move it into the left direction, but since I want to move it into the right direction, I will use plus is equal to new vector 3, essentially the same code, 1 comma 0 comma 0. And just like this, my second movement code is ready. I can now press A and move into the left direction. Okay, so now you will see over here we have made a critical mistake. I've written the code and it has not compiled properly, and you can see that because there is a small error that you can see over here. The type or namespace vector could not be found. If I click over here, this opens up my console window and it tells me. So we've made a critical error over here. It's that instead of using vector 3, we have written only vector over here. So we'll just rectify that. I'll just type vector 3, control S, and this is set. And as soon as I write my code in a proper manner, this error just vanishes away. Alright, so now we are ready with the movement code for A, we are ready with the movement code for D. I'll just press the play button once, and as soon as I press the play button, I can now move this cube in both the direction, that is left. I'm pressing A and D to move it in the right direction. Now see how simple this is. What we did is we have just dissected the components, and we have through script accessed each of these parameters in a way that So now we come back and we just go through the code once. What is happening over here is pretty simple. We first initialize the object to a 0, 0, 0 position, and then in the start function we do that because we want to do it only once. Then in the update function we start taking inputs because as I mentioned, we want to move the object in the left direction and the right direction using our inputs. So we've written small code for this, and over here there's a proper syntax to each of these things. If you see this code properly, if I just increase the font size a little, the syntax for this is the I over here in input is capital. In get key down, whenever you come to the next word, that time every single word is capital. G is capital, K has K capital, D has D capital. Okay, so like this, whatever the syntax is, you will come to know about this only when you practice. All right. So whenever you type or you get to programming, this is very important for you to learn. It can be a really simple mistake, as though as in just key code, instead of writing C capital, you've written a small c. Okay, now this is not defined in the code. Okay, the programming languages are usually case sensitive. So if you write this syntax and you've written a small c in key code, then it will throw an error. And I'll just make this error because I just want you to look at it. And this is generally a very common mistake that a lot of programmers do, that they ignore the case sensitivity of the programming language. So as soon as I wrote a small case C, I got an error over here that the name key code does not exist in the current context, because now my programming language is not able to determine that what is key code with a small c. It's I know it's dumb, but it is what it is. So I'll just give the programming language whatever they want. So they've defined it key code as having a capital K and a capital C, and that's exactly what we've done. And as soon as we come back to the Unity screen, we see that the error is now vanished. So you have to pay attention to all of these things. Every single thing is very critical for you to pay attention. So all of these things are really important for you to take care. Let's just now walk through the entire concept once again. And in the start function, we initialized the position of our object. In our update function, we took input, namely in the key code A, key code D, and using key code A, we are moving the object 1 unit to the left, and using key code D, we are moving the object 1 unit to the right. The same set of code we can write now for W and S. It's as simple as now if input dot get key down key code dot W transform dot position. Let's just do S first, okay? Just to keep consistency. Minus is equal to new vector 3. I will not forget 3 now. Now should I type 1 in the X position, or should it be in some other position? The clear answer to this is, since you want to move it in the upward direction, it cannot be the same code as you've written for A. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just write 0 over here, comma 1, because now I want to move it in the upward direction, that is my Y vector, comma 0, because I don't want it to go in the depth. Okay, and I'll write this. Similarly, I will also, to save time, write the code for W. Input dot get key down key code dot W, and over here my code will be transform dot position plus is equal to new vector 3 0 comma 1 comma 0. And just like this, our entire movement code is implemented. I'll just come back to the screen, see if there are any errors, this is the play button is ready. A D D D D D W W W W W S S S S S. So this is how our movement and script is ready. It's how easy it is to start coding, and this is essentially the basics of Unity game engine. There are tons of things to learn about the engine itself. Like if you see, we just revise everything at once now. Everything that we saw till now is extremely basic, and it's just up to you how further down the lane you want to go and learn all these things. Okay, guys, I have to apologize for the constant audio issues on my end. There seems to be a small issue with regards to the hardware that I have. Okay, now let's just revise everything that we've learned so far. Okay, so we saw how you can open a new project in the through your Unity Hub. This is what your project folder is, and this is what your entire project structure looks like. This is where you can start a new project from. This is where you will find all the installs and the versions that are a part of the. Okay, how to stop cube to don't go out from the edge. So that. Okay. JD Games and Technology. That's a good question. How to stop the cube from going out of the edge? That's slightly, you have to make sure that it remains in the camera position. But what you can do is you can have the camera follow your cube as well. That's also a different script that you need to also attach to. So what you can do is you can just move this cube, move a camera inside this cube, and now first cube has camera inside the object. So what happens is whenever you do this, the camera then follows the object, and now although the object is moved to 0,0,0 if you look at it, but there is no difference in terms of the view that you're looking at. Okay, and when I press my D button, if you look at the inspector panel, my position is moving, but my on the screen itself I cannot see anything happening, and this is because the camera is constantly following the object itself. I can do anything. I can press it in the left direction, press it in the right direction, move it up, move it down, but my object itself stays over there. All I need to do then is deparent the camera from the cube to the main hierarchy, and now I can see that okay, whenever my buttons are getting pressed, my object moves. So these are certain tips and tricks that you can actually all right. So now what we'll do is we will I want to speed up and then accelerate, then give a limit of speed. Okay. So what we'll do is now there are multiple things that you can do over here. If you want to, let's say right now I have kept this at a constant 1 unit, right? If you say want to change the magnitude of 1, obviously it will be very cumbersome for you to always go ahead inside the code and write 1, right? But now what you can do is you have the option of putting this 1 value inside a variable. How to do that? Very simple. Instead of you now having to type the 1, I will just write over here int distance and equal to 1. Okay, and instead of this distance, instead of 1, I will just replace wherever I've written 1 with this variable called distance. Okay, I have now stored my value of 1 inside this one single variable, okay, which is now at 1, and I'll just hit the save button. I'll come back to Unity, and now I will again hit the play button. Okay, now here you will observe that nothing has actually changed, nothing unique has happened, and because we haven't done anything new as such, with the exception of just changing how things work. So if I just press ADWS, right, nothing unique has happened. But if I come back to my script and I change the value of this distance to say 2, every time I press these buttons, my cube will move by 2 units. So I'll press A. See, every time I do this, every time I'm pressing WASD, my cube has started to move in two units because I have told my code to do exactly that. So whenever I change any value over here, I don't need to change it every single time. I can change it only once. And there's a much more simpler way to do this as well. Now, even if you want to make sure that you don't even do this via code, you want to see just have like a framework which allows you to actually change this value, say from the inspector panel, because over here what you do is with the transform component is that you can change these values over here, right? I can just visually change these values over here. I can just move this to say 0, 0, 0, and this value is exposed to me. I can just see this value and I can do whatever I want, right? If you want this variable to be exposed just like it is in transform, position, rotation, scale, just add a word called as public over here, and as soon as you add this word public and you come back to your Unity screen, you can see in your movement controller script over here there is a distance variable which is now at 2, showing you a unit called 2, and you can now edit this value to whatever you want. I will write 5 over here, and if I write 5 over here, this is completely disconnected to what you've written in the script itself. Writing 5 over there in your inspector panel does not change the value of this. This is what your script will get initialized with. Whenever you drag and drop the script anywhere onto any object, this is what the number that will appear as a default. But now if I hit the play button, my object will start to move by 5 units instead of 2. See, I am pressing this B button, my object's X value increased by 5. My object's X value decreased by 5, minus 5, 0, and Y I'm at plus 5, minus 5. So this is how easy it is to work with Unity Game Engine, and there are different data types. What I've used over here is an integer. There is also a data type of float. So if you want to move this by say 1.5 units, then I need to just change the data type of this. Instead of float, int, I will write float over here. So whenever I write a float, what this means is that now I can add say 1.5, 1.25 or whatever, like in terms of pointers. So let's try this. I'll add 1.1 over here, and now whenever I hit the play button and I press A, W, S, D, then my object will move by 1.1 units. So 1.1, 2.2, 3.3, 4.4, so on and so forth. Okay, so like this you can tweak around, create different components, work with different components, change the value of those components. Now I'll also give you a simple example. If you want to enable or disable a component, let's say there is this component called box collider, and if I go to the scene view and I zoom into this object, I can just observe in a very basic term, since I've zoomed inside the object, there's this green line. Now what is this line? This is actually the collider, and this is now a part of the physics actually, wherein a lot of things are part of the engine. So collisions are basically when one or two objects stack up on top of each other. My hands cannot go inside them, right? My hands cannot go inside the other hand. This is because there is like a collision happening. The same thing happens with the cube as well. If something gets collided with the cube, it will not go inside the cube, only till the point of time that there is a collider on the object, and these green lines are essentially the colliders. I can disable them by just disabling this component. There is this check mark over here that I can enable and disable. Now this is what I'm able to do from my clicking, right? Now what I want to do is, whenever I press some button, this collider gets disabled. Whenever I press another button, this collider gets enabled. Let's see how that can happen. So we've seen our input code, it is largely the same. I will say that if input dot get key down, key code dot e for enable, or e for enable, and I was going to do d, but then we've already used d, so I'll just use e and r. Whenever I press e, my collider will get enabled, and whenever I press r, my collider will get disabled. Now, okay, we know that we want to disable the collider, but we have nothing to work with over here. We need to actually take the reference of this collider into something known as a variable now. Okay, and we've already seen what a variable is at the top. But now, what kind of component we want to store? It's the box collider. So what I'll do is I will just use box collider over here, and I'll call this as box collider as the variable name. And this is my collider component. But this is not enough. I need to actually get a reference of this particular collider. I'll show you what a reference is. If I do this as a public variable, and you can make any variable public, alright, as long as it is supported in the proper data structure. As soon as I hit the save button, I have also made my box collider variable as public. I can see that over here in my box collider there is none, which means that this collision, this variable has no reference at all. There are again two ways that you can do this. Can't we use the same key for enabling as well as disabling? Yes, you can. That's a slightly much more little bit advanced concept, but we'll also look at it from that perspective as well. We'll try to enable and disable the object with the same key. Actually, you know what? Let's do that only. Let's just get rid of the R button. Let's just do just with some single input. Let's try to enable and disable the object. So right now my collider has no reference. There are two ways to get the reference. I can either drag this component by clicking over here on the title. Okay, over here I can drag this component and move this to the collider, and now I can see this has the reference, this variable has the reference of the box collider. Or I can do this programmatically. How? I will just go ahead in the start function, I will write box collider is equal to get component, and over here box collider, and since get component is a function, that's why that we have those round brackets. And then again, this should not be a small b, it should be a capital B, because we are getting a component, we are getting a data type. All right, I'll hit the save button, I'll come back to my Unity, and now when I've written this code, I have written it in the start function, which means that I actually have to play in order to get this component. So right now this is showing none, which is fine, we will not face any issues with this. But as soon as I hit the play button, you can see over here in the box collider, this component has now successfully been added, and we have successfully been able to now get this component. Now what we will do is move towards enabling or disabling. So now what I know is, okay, I have the component in place, I can now access this programmatically, and this component is saved in my variable called as box collider with a small b, it's not capitalized. So what I'll do is, if box collider dot enabled, all right, and this is again syntax, box collider dot enabled equal to not box collider dot enabled, which means that if my collision is active, then I'll just deactivate it, and if my collision is not active, then I'll just deactivate it. To make this even more simpler, I'll just make this as easy as this. I'll just divide it into two if statements. You can actually do this with a single if statement as well. Box collider dot enabled, which means I'll just use a not variable over here. Box collider dot enabled equals to true. This means that whenever my box collision is enabled, I will make it disabled, and if my box collision is not enabled, I'll just enable it. We've written this code in the E button, so now I will do a play button press, and we have entered into the game mode. I've pressed E. Okay, there's some issue over here. If box collider dot enabled collider dot enabled equals to false. Let's see what happens over here. I can also print this value. Okay, whenever you want to debug something and you can't figure out what's going wrong, you can simply debug dot log box collisions box collider dot enabled. Okay, so this will essentially give you a boolean indicator of what is happening exactly. Okay, I can go back to my Unity. Now what will happen is whenever I press the E button, okay, if I'm pressing my E button, it tells me that collisions is true. Okay, so over here, if you see in the console, my collision is true. What I will do now is if box collider dot enabled box collider dot enabled equal to false. This is a very simple mechanic, all right? And the reason why the other thing was happening, because we had kept it in the same if block, we had actually kept the same key. So for that, I apologize. I realized what went wrong because as we were checking the same thing in the same thing. E. Okay, so now we've disabled it. Now we don't need a double if statements. We actually need an else statement. Else if box collider dot enabled, and we have to add a not over here, which means that it is false, then box collider dot enabled equals to true. Now we have now worked with if else statements. Okay, the reason why the previous code did not work is because we enabled it and instantly we disabled it, or we disabled it first and instantly we enabled it. So that's the reason why it did not work. So you have to be careful whenever you code anything. I will also keep this as a check for us. Input collisions before input and collisions after input. Okay, we are ready with this, and guys, with this small example we will end the technical session for Unity today, and we will then move on to the Q&A session. Alright, so now I'm pressing the play button, and after I've hit the play button, I can move my object up, down, left, right, and when I press E now, I can see my box collider component, which is over here, has disabled, and I'm again pressing the E button and my box collider component has been enabled. And the same can be observed over here through our debug log. Collisions before input the first time were true, after input it became false. Collision, and once we pressed it again, after that the inputs, before the input it was false and after the input it was true. So this is how easy it is to actually make games in Unity. Every single thing is about components and how you can programmatically interact with them. Every single thing, be it audio, be it your sprites, be it your images. Images are called as sprites, be it your textures. Every single thing, you just have to apply your logic on how you can work with these components. I have given you a basic pathway of how you can do this. It's now all up to you on how you can pick things from here and keep on practicing. One thing I would recommend is going ahead on Unity's official website and reading their documentation. This website has almost every single thing that you need. They also have a forum. If you go ahead to their forums, you will find a lot of information about them. There is an update on the current LTS version that is going on. There are a lot of resources that are available. And there is something that I personally find really useful is the documentation. So you can interact with the community, you can ask any sort of questions that you want, and you will get all the answers over here. So there is an extensive website and support from the community. So if you just go ahead onto their answers section, you'll see all these multiple questions being asked by people such as you and me. You'll get all the answers to your questions through their website, and this is how easy it is to make games in Unity Game Engine. I hope you guys enjoyed this session. I understand that there was a bit of an audio glitch on my end in between. I sincerely apologize for that. But now with that in mind, oops, I have moved my OBS video in the forefront. With that in mind, guys, I am here to now take any questions that you might have. So I have already been asked, I think around 4 questions through the Scalar social media. We'll get started with the first 4 questions that have been already asked, and then we'll again move to the Q&A that is available through the chat right now. So the first question is how to make a good small team to kickstart the game development journey, how to manage the team. So a small team is really easy as well as difficult to make, and that's primarily because you have to first identify your own strengths and weaknesses. Let's say if you think that you're good at programming, do the programming yourself, and if you think that you're bad at art, don't do the art yourself. Don't try to fill or bridge a gap that you are not strong at. Always find a replacement or some guy who is good at that. Realizing your strengths and weaknesses is very much important to create a team, be it a small team or a large team. If you want to create a large team, you again have to identify your core areas wherein you are not as much of an expert as you think. So that's how you can start a small team, by identifying your strengths and weaknesses and doubling down on your strengths, whereas finding someone who can help you out with your weaknesses. How to manage the team? Well, there are multiple ways that you can manage your team. You can use software such as Trello. You can keep work tracking softwares. You can use communication channels such as Slack, or even creating a WhatsApp group is okay. One thing that you need to know is that managing a team is not an easy task. You might think that from the surface it looks really easy, but that's not true. You need to put in a lot of hard work and effort in order to make sure that you are able to manage the team properly. The second question that I got was, what did Gameon Studios use for making Mumbai Gullies, C++ or Blueprints? So we've actually made Mumbai Gullies using Unreal Engine, and we are using a mix of both. We are using both Blueprints as well as C++. The third question is, what do I require to get started in the game development field? So yeah, what do you require to get started in the game development field is very simple. One is you need to know what you want to do. Do you want to become a game programmer? Do you want to become a game artist? Do you want to become a sound designer? Do you want to just do marketing? So once you have identified that, okay, after that it's a matter of learning the framework. Let's say if you want to become a game programmer, right? Then all you need to do is learn programming, learn how to make optimum usage of your code, keep yourself updated about the new trends in the industry, identify which engine that you need to learn and double down on. So that's what you need to do to get started as a game programmer. Then if you want to get started as an artist, determine, do you want to become a 2D artist or a 3D artist or an animator, and subsequently then learn how to manage those softwares, right? Like for 2D art you need to know Photoshop, you need to know Illustrator. For 3D art you need to know Maya, Maya and Max. For sculpting you need to know ZBrush and Mudbox. For animating, you can do the animation in Maya or 3ds Max as well, and there are a couple of other softwares too. So identify what you need to do as a long term, and then start with the basics, the very basics. Okay, try to find courses online, try to find tutorials, try to find resources online, such as you did now with Scalar Academy's YouTube channel. So like this, try to identify resources for yourself and invest time and, if needed, even money to learn new skills, because investing money essentially blocks your time and gives you a little bit of seriousness of what you want to of how you want to achieve the said skill. because investing your own hard-earned money or even your parents' hard-earned money gets you that level of seriousness. And nowadays the courses are not that expensive. I think you can learn any skill within like 3,000 or 4,000 rupees, right? And if you want to go for professional degrees, go for them, because that essentially gives you a temperament and the social skills that are needed to actually make it big in the industry. The fourth question is how to start if I want to develop a game, not a big one, but starting with a simple one with good graphics. So if you want to start making a game, all you need to do is first know the process. Okay, the process is quite simple as well. The process is pretty common sense. If the process is, first you get an idea. Okay, after you get an idea, you first start to document that idea. Whatever you want to make, you want to make an endless runner game, you want to make an open world game, you want to make a fighting game, you want to make a shooting game, you start documenting that idea. This process is called as the documentation, or the document itself is called as the game design document. Once you have started that documentation, then you move ahead to create a prototype. Okay, what a prototype is, it's essentially the single most fun aspect of your game, without any high funda graphics or all full-blown audio effects or anything. It's just one single mechanic that works for your game and it is fun to play. So let's say, for example, if you want to make an endless running game, okay, first you write down everything that you need to make. After that, you move ahead to create a prototype. This prototype can be as simple as generating blocks endlessly and your character moving left or right. That's it. The way that we did today, right? We got the cube to move left, right, up, down. The same way you do with your own games as well. You start to move your character left or right, and subsequently, you can actually structure the entire thing step by step. After you've done the prototype, then you start creating assets, you start creating artworks for the game, you start planning the UI, you start assembling everything in one place, and step by step like this, you will then be able to create a complete package that will then work as a game. So this is what you need to do, get started. Now let's come to the questions in the chat itself. We've got some interesting questions coming in, I guess. Hi, what are the other tools we can use for game development? So there are multiple tools, as I mentioned. In terms of game engine itself, you can either use Unity game engine, you can use GDevelop, you can use Godot, you can use Construct 3, you can use Unreal Engine, CryEngine. Tons of tools available for making games. You can also make your games from scratch without relying on any engines of sorts. You can create your own engine as well, but that is a completely mad scientist level task that you'll have to go through. So you'll require a ton of knowledge with regards to mathematics to actually make your own engine. But apart from that, also there are tons of tools available nowadays that you can easily pick up. For graphic designing, you can do Photoshop, Illustrator, as I mentioned. For 3D, you can do Maya, Mudbox. For programming, learn any specific language. For if you want to make games in Unity, learn C#. If you want to make games in Unreal Engine, you learn C++. Like this, it depends what you want to achieve, and there are multiple softwares available that you can use to make games. So which software is best for making 2D objects? So personally, I think, according to me, and I'm not much of an artist, so I cannot guide you through the proper tools that are specifically required for making 2D objects. But at our company, what we realize is that you can more or less make any 2D objects or anything using Photoshop. And there are other tools as well. If you want to go for open source, you can go for GIMP. Like this, there are many other alternatives, but our preferred choice of making 2D assets at least is Photoshop or Illustrator. Will there be more sessions by you? Absolutely, we will be conducting more such sessions with in collaboration with Scalar. So guys, if you are new to this channel, subscribe to the Scalar Academy YouTube channel. They come up with a lot of interesting courses and mini webinars such as this for you to upskill yourself. And if you like this video, then press the like button. We have already crossed over 100 likes on this particular video, so thank you very much for that. Photoshop is sufficient. Yeah, Photoshop is sufficient, but then different people have their own set of preferences. So I just kept the answer open-ended, so that if someone does not want to use Photoshop, they are also open to use other software such as GIMP or other open source alternatives. Sir, I'm not good at programming. Pulkit Mins asks, Sir, I'm not good at programming. Should I look for someone who's good and interested for game programming? Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, you have to focus on your strengths. If you're a good artist, focus on the art side, focus on the thinking side of things, and hire some good programmer. Just double down on your strengths, and for any weakness that you have, just find a replacement. Sir, how did you overcome your fear of convincing your parents to get into game development field? So Pulkit, I think it was for me it was very easy task, because I started very early on, and the only thing that parents are concerned is that being in this field, will you be able to learn and earn, right? So learning is okay, but earning is the answer that your parents are looking for. And I started earning through making games and stuff, and that's the reason why my parents support me now. Uh, can we make a multiplayer server on Unreal Engine and or Unity? So you can make a multiplayer server. You can use frameworks such as AWS to make your own server, but I think there are already frameworks available online that actually enable you to make multiplayer games. One such framework is Photon. Photon has like a really good solution that enables you to make games multiplayer. So you can try and check that out. Aurora Games says he has a question. So I will now take the last question, because I think we've already ran out of time. This is already 6:45. We had a fun-filled session today, and we learned Unity Game Engine, and we saw the basics. We saw what are components and all. So I hope you guys had a fun time. Thanks, sir. I am a beginner and started making games for about 6 months. Our team is mainly focused on mobile games. All the best to you, UTH gamers. So what can you tell us about game story writing and game development? I'm also a writer. So story writing is slightly, a subjective task, because it's an extensive topic that perhaps cannot be covered in a very short answer. So I will choose to skip that question for now. But I think it's an interesting aspect about story games. That's a really good question as well. But I think we are short on time, so I will not be able to answer that question in brief right now. And guys, I think I'll wait for Aurora Games to ask his question for now. But before that, since this is the last question that I'll be answering, I'll just quickly give a small outro. Guys, thanks a lot for being here till the end of the session, and thanks a lot for pressing the like button. Make sure you do not forget to subscribe to Scalar Academy's channel and press the bell icon, so that whenever they upload any new video, you will get an instant notification for that. And now with this, I will take the last question. I think Aurora Games has not asked his question yet. So I'll take a question by Pulkit Mins, and then, okay, Aurora Games has already asked the question. So these are the last two questions that I'll take, and then we will end the session. So Pulkit Mins asks, for game design, we should make GDD, right? And put it our portfolio for recruiter to see. And how many GDDs should we make? I think make approximately 4 to 5 GDDs would be enough. Try to make a GDD of an existing game, and try to detail out every single thing that you think might make the game interesting. That should be enough for you to put it as your portfolio. How to make a going ball game player movement script? So Aurora Games, I think that's an extensive question, because to guide you through the entire thing, I don't think would be possible in a very short time. But I think it's all a matter of just playing with your components, playing with your position, playing with the physics, playing with your inputs. That's the small answer to this.
This is a live chat session wherein I'll be answering any and every question that you might have related to game development. So ask me right away. So Pulkit Mins asks, what is a graphic designer? I have been seeing this on LinkedIn. So essentially, what a graphic designer is that they create all the graphics related to games. It can be 2D art, it can be illustrations, it can be posters. So graphic designing is majorly related to all the 2D artwork. It can either even be UI design or maybe promotional materials. So broadly, that is what a graphic designer is. So Pulkit, I hope that answers your question. Vinay Kumar, how to get a job at BGMI? BGMI is managed by a company. So essentially, in order to, I'll just answer this question in a broad way. So if you want to get a job at any company that is made a certain game, right? All you have to do is just go onto their website, check out their website and check out their career section. And if they have any vacancy in their company, then they will answer that. They will essentially, you need to get in touch with them, send out your resume, and if there is a requirement for your particular portfolio, then they'll reach out to you. So that's how you can land a job in essentially any company, be it a indie game studio or a triple A studio. That's the only way that you can apply for a job. So just go ahead, check out their website, check out their vacancies, and apply for that vacancy. The other way that you can do this is by following these companies on LinkedIn. These companies, including our own company, post job vacancies from time to time. So watch out for their website and their LinkedIn channels, as well as sign up on different job platforms wherein you can potentially get jobs. So I hope that answers this question as well. Bhai asks, how much package does a game developer get, sir? So it really depends on the kind of profession or the sub role that you are looking for. So let's say if you are looking for a programming role or an artist role, or are you looking for a 2D artist or a 3D artist role? So it differs from role to role. But as a fresher, I think you could expect anywhere between 15,000 to 20,000 per month in terms of salary. On a mid-level, you can expect upwards of 25,000 rupees, and on a senior level, anywhere upwards of 50,000 rupees and more. On senior levels, you can also land up jobs that pay you in tune of almost 1 lakh per month as well. So can we make a multiplayer server on Unreal Engine and or Unity? So I'm aware of the how you can make a multiplayer game on Unity game engine. The easiest way is by using this framework called Photon Unity Networking. You can use Pun real time to make a multiplayer game. Mani's asked, when will Mumbai release be completed? Will be for low-end PC or only high-end machines? So, Mani's, since this is a session hosted on Scalar's platform, I will not be able to give any details with regards to our own project. So we will, in the interest of the current question and answers, we'll stick to game development questions. For Mumbai release, we will not be addressing any of those questions in this particular stream. So any questions with regards to Mumbai release, those will be skipped for this particular video. Pulkit means, so by the way, I am waiting for the video where you will explain about game story writing. What you can tell is about it though. So with regards to game story writing, it really boils down to what kind of narrative do you want to make. So if you want to actually come up with a storyline, you first have to decide on the subject that you're approaching. And that subject, is it a fictional subject or a non-fictional subject? A fictional subject essentially means that this is a story that you are telling for the very first time. It has never been told before. So accordingly, you then have to come up with characters, and then once you are decided on characters, you then have to create a proper narrative element. After that, you have to decide on the dialogues. So it's an extensive process. The same goes with a non-fictional story as well. Non-fictional, you have to be extra careful with the source material. So you have to make sure that whatever you are narrating is factually true. Otherwise, it can potentially cause a backlash. So there goes a lot of components into making the storyline of a game. It's not really a small answer to this, but it's just the very basics of it. Which language is needed? Asks Bhishan Sharma. So Bhishan, I think you can start learning C++ at the very beginning. You can start learning the basics of that. Post you will know all the concepts of C++, you can upgrade yourself and start working in C Sharp. I would recommend C Sharp because it is primarily used in Unity game engine, and if you know C++ or C Sharp, you will be very much comfortable in coding in Unity game engine. And this is also because Unity game engine is also pretty easy to use. So go ahead, by all means, start learning C++ and keep on upgrading your knowledge. For 2D game development, which one would you prefer, Unreal or Unity?
So for 2D game development, I would most certainly prefer Unity game engine, and that is because Unity is not very graphic intensive, and neither is it hardware intensive. When it comes to Unreal Engine, it is extremely hardware intensive, and you need a decent specifications of your computer in order to run the Unreal Engine. Whereas on the other hand, Unity game engine can be run in a mid-level graphics card system as well. And since you are working on a 2D game, you don't really need those high-end graphics as such. Plus, the work environment is very easy to use in terms of the framework that Unity game engine has established. So most definitely, if you're making a 2D game, I would recommend to use Unity game engine. But if you have like a different pipeline planned out and you need those kind of heavy graphics in your game, then go for Unreal Engine. Otherwise, it would be an overkill. I would say stick to Unity game engine at least for your basic projects. Game development internships or opportunities, please. So, Cody, there are in fact a lot of game development internship opportunities. All you have to do is just go ahead and look for these opportunities on companies' LinkedIn pages, or you could also sign up on some internship websites wherein you will get much more idea and a much deeper exposure to internships. Pulkit Mins asks, okay, story writing. I have answered the question. Brijwasi Beg asks, Sir, I want a desk job but without coding. If it is possible, then what are the courses for it? So you can actually opt for some courses online. You can really, even look for courses on YouTube. Apart from that, there are some other channels as well wherein you can learn the courses. I think if you just Google some courses on game development, you will be able to find a lot of courses on there. Pulkit means what else can you tell us more about graphic designing or designer? So graphic designing and designer, like the primary role of a graphic designer is to create artworks and illustrations. They work with software such as Photoshop or Illustrator, or some also use GIMP. With regards to Photoshop and Illustrator, these are paid softwares. So if you can afford their subscription, go ahead and use these softwares. I personally think that they are super easy to use and they are value for money. But if you don't want to spend, if you are falling short of the subscription amount, then you can always go and opt for free resources. GIMP is one of them. So even GIMP has like almost all the features that Photoshop has, and it is open source and free. So the way it is spelled is GIMP. So if you don't have the capital to invest in going for a subscription of Photoshop, I would recommend GIMP to you. How to hire good people for your studio? Old Pixels asks. So hiring process is quite complex, and this is primarily because when you're hiring, you have to first ensure do you have the requirement to hire. Right? Let's say, for example, if you're making a game, right? The very basic components of a game project are you need a game designer, you need a game programmer, you need a game artist, and then you have to then realize and recognize your own requirements. Do you need to hire a program? Can you code yourself? If you can code yourself, then you don't need to hire a programmer. Then you need to hire maybe a game designer and a game artist. Okay, that's one. Once you do define your scope of hiring, then it's a matter of putting the word out there. It can either be as a job listing. You can go ahead, put a job listing on LinkedIn, or you can utilize all the other job posting sites as well. You can opt for Outscale. You can go ahead and post your requirements on Naukri or Monster Jobs or whatever. Then once that is done, then you have to actually conduct interviews, right? For all the requirements that you have to conduct interviews. I would say whenever you conduct interview, give the person a task, because without if let's say you are hiring a programmer and someone has applied for the position but they don't know how to code, then that person will not really be of any use to you. So whenever you're hiring, make sure in the interview process you don't just ask them questions, but give them a follow-up task so that you understand that hey, whatever you are hiring for, the person will actually be capable to execute that. Once all of this is done, then you actually have to also check the candidate's aptitude. Are they good to work with? Do they have a good personality? All of these factors really come into play. However, even after doing and checking all the right boxes, it is still possible that you end up hiring the wrong person. Take this with a pinch of salt. Is that whenever you hire, it's always a leap of faith. You cannot determine if a hire is potentially going to be good or bad when you hire them. It is only once you go through the process that you understand if the candidate is good or bad. However, I think if you can invest a little bit of amount, I would recommend you to build up a HR department, and this is primarily the job of the HR to actually screen candidates and make sure that they suit your company's requirements. So this is the broad answer to your question. Requirements to become a game developer. HK, that's a wonderful question. It really depends on what you want to do in the game development field. So let's say, for example, if you want to become a game artist, then you need to know a couple of softwares. As we already touched upon in the past, right? In order to know game development or game art, you need to first pick up software such as Photoshop or Illustrator. And if you want to become a 3D modeler, then you can either learn 3ds Max or Maya. If you want to do sculpting, then Mudbox can be one software. Like this, you have to determine what is it that you actually want to do in the game development field, and then keep on learning and educating yourself around that skill. If you want to become a programmer, write code. Go ahead, check out different game engines and understand how they work. So everything really boils down to your understanding of what you want to do. Avijay asked which programming language more help in game development in Unity engine. C Sharp, C Sharp, because C Sharp is the primary language being used in Unity game engine. Earlier, Unity game engine used to offer two more languages. One was JavaScript and the other was BooScript. But now Unity completely uses C Sharp. So if you want to make games in Unity game engine, then most certainly C Sharp is the language that you need to know. Prachi Patole asked, I want to know how is game level designing and graphic designing related, and what additional skills I want to learn to pursue graphic designing in the game industry. So game level designing and graphic designing are actually two different sides of the coin. All right. So graphic designing is more about creating all the artworks that are going to be populated either in your UI or your promotion material. That is graphic designing. In addition to that, an extension can also be your 3D modeling and all. But that is essentially the graphic designing part. But when it comes to game level designing, it is a completely different ballgame. Because when it comes to game levels, what you are doing over there is you are defining the structure in which the game is going to play pan out. So let's say, for example, if you are building a city level, all right, the job of a game level designer is to determine the architecture of the entire level, where exactly our buildings going to be placed, where exactly is the level designer going to place the signals, how many pedestrians are going to come from point A to point B, is every building enterable or not. So planning all of this is the role of a game level designer, whereas the graphic designer majorly deals on creation of artworks as opposed to just the planning. So those are the two short, sharp differences. And your follow-on question to this was, what additional skills you'd want to learn to pursue graphic designing in the gaming industry? I think just brush up your knowledge of these softwares that I mentioned, Photoshop, Illustrator. These are largely used in the gaming industry when it comes to graphic designing. And post that, it's just you keeping updated with regards to all the trends in the market. So I hope that answers your question, Prachi. Mohit asked, Nikhil, how do you manage cash flow in Gameon in early days before the fundraise? So that's a really good question. When it comes down to managing cash flows, it is you need to determine what is your monthly burn. Now, what burn means is how much money is coming in the bank and how much money is going out of the bank. So that can be in terms of salaries, it can be in terms of rent, it can electricity, internet expenses, etc., etc. So you have to essentially create a list and project your expenses 6 or 12 months down the lane of how many expenses you are going to incur, and according to that, try to create revenues for yourself. Now, this can be either creating your own games or by actually working for a hire and building games for clients and thereby creating cash flows for yourselves. So it is all a matter of experience and doing it rather than planning, because you can plan 100 different things, but everything actually boils down to execution. However, planning is also critical. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So it goes hand in hand. you have to actually have both the things work together in favor for yourself in order to make sure that you survive. And most of the times it is a stroke of luck. Sometimes it may happen so that 6 or 8 months you did not have any cash to work with, but suddenly in the ninth month you get an amazing project, and that really buffers out your losses that you had incurred in the last 6 to 7 months. So before the fundraise, it was more of juggling expectations and planning beforehand. Let's say for the worst case scenario and the best case scenario. Primarily for the worst case scenario, because whenever you are in the business, you always are in the worst case scenario, and just you have to assume that, because without doing that, you will always become lethargic, and then that will eventually lead to bad decisions. So planning for the worst case scenarios is how I manage the cash flows. Popular way of marketing of engineers games in the market. So nowadays, a lot of people are relying on influencers in order to promote their games. It comes as a double-edged sword, because your cost of acquiring users when it comes to influencer marketing becomes extremely high. However, it really helps create word of mouth for your game, and then the returns on that can be recouped over a period of time. But what you can also do is invest a small budget in putting into advertisements with regards to Google ads, Facebook ads, because over there your cost of acquiring per user is extremely low. It can be as low as 2 rupees to 5 rupees per user from the Indian subcontinent. It can even go lower than that. When it comes to marketing abroad, obviously the cost goes higher than that. It can be as high as 10x times of your cost of acquiring a user in India. But if you are able to actually recoup that investment and register a profit per user, then you can actually start investing that capital once again in marketing. So to answer your question in a very short manner, I think the best way to market is one, by investing in ad networks such as Google ads, Facebook ads, and you can give a try with regards to influencer marketing, because influencer marketing, if done right, then your cost of acquiring per users will also drastically come down, but the chances of that might be really low. So it's really a decision that you have to adhere to and adapt over a period of time. Toolkit means how do sound artists do exactly, and what software do most sound artists use? So, what do they do exactly is literally, and this I can answer this question primarily because we have recently created a proper audio department. In terms of softwares, perhaps I may not be able to share a lot of information on that, because I'm myself largely unaware of the softwares being used. But FL Studio is one software. Then if the someone is making audio on Mac, then they can use GarageBand. And what they do exactly is they create all these sound assets that are required for a game. In addition, they also go ahead and record actual sounds, actual physical sounds that are around you, to actually enhance the quality of the overall sound. So what can you tell about NFTs and its role in video games? So NFTs are essentially, the full form is non-fungible tokens, and the very basic example is that difference between a fungible token and a non-fungible token. So your cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all, or your fungible tokens, which means that you cannot, and NFTs are essentially pieces of art that you can actually trade for your fungible token. So, or even real currency for that matter. Whereas fungible tokens act more like a currency and a tender to exchange, right? Non-fungible tokens are unique, and the way that they play a role in video games is that NFTs can actually act as your in-app purchases. So the scope of this work is like extremely high, and a lot of people are now entering into this space wherein they are trying to figure out how they can make the most out of it. We as a studio are still in the experimental phases of NFTs, so I may not be able to share much information in today's date, but perhaps in some other session I may be able to share more light on this part. Coming to the next question. Okay. Is game developer and same as game designer? Healthy fit team? No, it is not actually. A game developer is a broad umbrella term. A game developer can generally people understand game development as a game developer as a game programmer. So if you are differentiating between a game programmer and a game designer, the primary difference is that, as I mentioned earlier, a game designer thinks about the game. We talked about game level designer, but now let's come to the game designer aspect of it. So game designer is actually completely misunderstood term, because when it comes to game designer, people start focusing on the word design in the role itself, right? And that's really where the issue starts, right? Because when it comes to game design, the word that gets registered in our mind is design, and then it automatically leads us to believe that design has to do something related to art. But that's not true. Design is actually that your game is being structured, right? So primary role of a game designer is actually to think about the game and design its game mechanics. Okay, that's the primary role. So the role of a game designer is documentation, literally writing down the things that would potentially make your game fun to play. That's the role of a game designer. Whereas a role of a game programmer is to actually write code and make the vision of the game designer come true into the form of a game. So that those are the fundamental differences between a game designer and a game programmer. Is background music in games can be main reason for game popularity? Absolutely, it can be. Like, it depends from game to game, really. If there can be games that wherein the background music score is really what sets apart the game, but it's different from game to game, really. Healthific team, thank you very much for your kind words. Suman Pehlim, how to get high salary as a game developer? So when it comes to salary, you have to, think from perspective of the employer. What is salary? A salary is an indicator of how much value you are to the company, right? So what you have to do is keep on improving yourself, keep on upgrading yourself, and keep on proving to the company that, hey, I have grown X and X, and I want X salary, right? So that really defines you as a person, because you cannot expect a high salary just primarily because you are talented person, right? You have to make sure that your talent will be used by the company and they can register a profit using that talent. So start thinking of why should a company pay me a high salary rather than how should I get a high salary. Think from the business owner's perspective. Let's say, for example, if you want any amount of salary, right? You want maybe 40,000 per month, 50,000 per month, whatever it is. What will you do that will enable the company to justify that salary for you? So start thinking in that way, and then you will automatically figure out how you will be able to get that high salary. Priya Kadakia asked, is there a good scope for game development in India? There absolutely is. Right now, India is on the forefront of becoming a global powerhouse for gaming, because there are tons of gaming companies popping up in India, and a lot of gaming companies are churning out some really good titles. So the scope of game development in India is tremendous. A follow-up question from Priya is, hey, I was also wondering if there are any certification courses that one can take to upskill. My cousin is into game development and I want to help him do better. So absolutely there are. I would give a big shout out to a proper certification course that is conducted by Unity Game Engine themselves. So they do provide certification courses, and likewise there are tons of other certification courses available online as well. So to answer your question, yes, there is. The audio is lagging. I don't know if it is with me only. I'm not sure. We feel at your end. Yeah, so Scaler has chipped in and mentioned that, Siddharth, the audio issue might be on your end. Utkarsh Kumar, hello. Old pixels. For 2D art, is a mouse better or drawing tablet? Which is best for a low-end game studio like mine? So I would say definitely a pen tablet, which is what you're referring to. A pen tablet is a great value add, because with a mouse, you're really restricted by your hand movement and how you're able to adapt to your mouse movement. But if once you go onto a pen tablet, once you make that switch, it'll be very difficult for you to, as a 2D artist, go back to the mouse, because we've seen that pattern happen a lot in our own studio. So I would say yes, a pen tablet is a really good investment. If you can afford even a cheap one to start with, that's fine. Go ahead and make that investment, because it is going to just give you tremendous amount of returns over your quality. So most certainly it is. Utkarsh, what is your open opinion on cloud gaming in the future? think it's a great initiative. What I'm looking forward to is an improvement in the infrastructure, because once the infrastructure increases and improves, gaming should really be accessible to one and all. That's really my belief. Nobody should be restricted with the platform that they have or the system that they have. I think everyone should have access to equal good quality of games. Nobody should, really be able to differentiate in terms of quality, and that democracy is really needed, and that democracy is what is shown as a hope with regards to cloud gaming. So I'm hopeful for cloud gaming to pick up, and I'm also hopeful for the infrastructure to get built so that everyone can play good quality games. So, Pulkit means, so how could one pitch the story to someone who is in game development? So it depends on the game developer, right? I mean, if you start to pitch your story, are you pitching it to actually get your game developed by someone, or is it that you want to actually sell your story to someone? If you want to sell your story to someone, then you have to figure out whoever you're selling the story to, do they have a requirement for that story? If not, then that's a dead end. You cannot sell ice to an Eskimo. All right. But if you want to actually collaboratively work together with someone, then that's a different story. I think the simplest way is to create a brief about your story, like a really high point summary of your story that you want to tell, and then create a small document explaining why it will be interesting to say. And then start approaching different people. It may not really be a particular game studio or anything. You can pitch the idea to multiple people, but be careful, because you may have to deal with a lot of rejections, and that might be slightly demotivating. Just being completely frank and honest with you, because that's how it works in the industry. You have to knock 100 doors in order to make sure that one or two of them or 10 of them open for you, and then one or two of them really give you the acceptance. Can Adobe software help in game development regarding graphics? Absolutely. As I mentioned, Adobe has two really good software, Photoshop and Illustrator. So those two softwares can really help you out. Brave programmer Vedant More, hello. Aryan Vijay Singh, hi. Siddharth Singh, what are the mistakes to avoid in the process of learning the same? Please answer to me. So the mistakes to avoid is to not go after big projects. All right. Your very first game, you have to realize that you cannot build a AAA title at your very first try. The common mistake that people do nowadays is that they've played big games. They've played games such as GTA, Call of Duty, or whatever, and they want to replicate that. They want to make the same game, and they have huge aspirations. Now, I would say having those aspirations is not bad at all. In fact, it's a good thing. You want to make something, you want to actually create the next big blockbuster. That's a great aspiration to have, but that aspiration has to be grounded in reality. It has to have that pathway. You have to make sure that you have the right set of equipments and people to enable yourself to make a game like that. So avoid the mistake of starting big in your very first game. Start small. That's fine if you are a youngster or even like a mid-aged guy. There's no harm, or there's no shame in starting a small project. All right, everyone has to start small and then eventually add up and build up. The second mistake is quitting too early. Game development takes time. You have to realize that, and there's no alternative. There is no magic wand that will automatically, make the game for you. So you have to be patient. You have to give time to the skill. You have to invest time in the skill, and that's how you learn. That's how you really, upskill yourself. So yeah, those are the mistakes that you need to avoid. Hey, Lakshay asked here, I also want to know the career options in gaming industry. So tons of career options, tons of career options. Right off the bat, if I were to tell you, in programming, you can go become a game programmer, environment programmer, sound programmer. That this all of those categories. In terms of artist, you have to further determine if you want to become a 2D artist or a 3D artist. In 2D, you can become a graphic designer or a UI designer. Simply just making UI is also a job role. Then you can become like a 3D artist. In 3D artist, you can become a character modeler or an environment modeler, texturing artist, rigging artist, animator. There are also job roles for sound designing. So you can make sounds. You can also, work around the audio engineering side of things.
Then there's the marketing aspect as well. So you can market games. You can also become a business development manager. Just understanding this skill of making games can also help you land projects, and you being able to convince people to perhaps make games for them. So tons of opportunities in the gaming industry, tons of career options, and I would say the right time to start is right now. If you are watching this video, there's nothing stopping you in virtually in today's world to go after your skill and upskill yourself, because majority of the resources are available either for free or at a really low cost online. So if you have some bit of capital, please do invest in upskilling yourself, because knowledge gives the highest dividends and returns in terms of your skills. Whatever skill that you are learning will always help you in the long run. So I hope that answers your question. So, all right, I think a ton of questions have been missed. Let's see. Uh, okay. How are opportunities for Unity developers? Sai Narayana, I think the best thing now is that Unity game engine is the one of the widest used game engines in the game development industry. So the opportunities for Unity game developers are really, bright as uh, bright as the sun, I would say. Uh, how free games earns money? Uh, that's a good question. So there are two primary ways through which free games earn money, and this model is called as the freemium model. Uh, it's called that because when it comes to a paid game, the paid game offerings are called as premium games. But since you are not offering these games for a paid price point, you're offering them for free, yet you are making money from them. Hence, it's like a combination of those two words, free and premium. So this term is called as freemium games. Now, what the freemium model entails is that you earn either through showing ads or you earn through in-app purchases. So downloading the game essentially is free. After that, you start showing ads to people, and based on that, you will be able to earn, or you create a economy in your game, and then using that economy, you'll be able to earn. So those two are the ways that you can actually earn money. Okay. Avijay asks, what types of risk can be faced during game development besides financial risk? Uh, really, that's a good question, Avijay. The risk that you face is risk of actually being dejected and people not taking you seriously, quite frankly, because when you start your career in game development, a lot of people don't really see game development as a full-time job, which is really not true. It very much requires the time and effort from your end, and that's a risk that when you're pursuing this field, pursuing this career path, people may say that, hey, okay, you are making games, but what is a full-time job that you're doing? So that's really generally the questions that get asked to you, and then you start still doubting your decision. But you have to, get through that. You have to know in your head that, okay, this is the reason why I started pursuing this career, and there's nothing wrong in being a game developer. Game development field and profession is also just as respected as the other fields. In fact, I remember a statement from a friend of mine way back, I think almost a decade ago. He said that game programmers are perhaps the best programmers in the world, because making games is really, challenging your brain and mind. Because the way that game developers think, I think it's a really beautiful way of thinking. I'm just speaking on the side from a game programmer, but even when it comes to a game artist or anything, what you're essentially doing is building something from zero. You're giving life to inanimated objects, and that really is fascinating thing, right? So while you might face all these rejections and dejections, I think the reason why you started off should be your motivator, and obviously there's the financial risk, as you rightly pointed out. Signer and ask, I'm a Unity developer, develop VR-based games looking for better opportunities. Is there a path I can follow? The path that you can follow is I start applying your knowledge and create projects. Keep on upskilling yourself. If you want to go for a career trajectory path wherein you want to hop from a job to other, just make sure that whenever you are hopping from one job to other, you are actually gaining something in terms of knowledge that you learned from your previous role. And during that as well, always think from the perspective of the company. What can you do that will actually help the company grow? So really, that's the way that you can create better opportunities to you, is by thinking for the other person. How is it that you will be able to actually contribute positively in their life? So this is really how you will be able to actually grow in life. And in terms of the better opportunities, I think just keep on upskilling yourself. Go after certifications. Go after making sure that you have the best in terms of the knowledge that you can possibly have, and just keep on upgrading yourselves. So how can okay, I answered the question, Pulkit. Can a person become both game designer and game developer? You can, but what I would always suggest is focus on your strengths and make sure that you collaborate with someone for your weaknesses. So while it is possible that a single person can become both game designer, game developer as well, but I would say that try to steer clear of uh, that career roadmap. This primarily because it will be too confusing for you later on to actually focus on one thing. So pick your strengths, double down on that, and forget about the rest. That's my opinion, but it might differ from person to person, really, because you never know what works out for you. So generally, like in majority of the cases, people focus only on one thing and they excel at it. But if you are the jack of all trades, then by all means, it's your life and you can actually experiment. Who knows? It might work out for you. What are your views on Gacha games? So Gacha is a system. So that's a really interesting and technical question, Pura. So Gacha is a system wherein it borders on delayed gratification. So what delayed gratification means is, and this is a very psychological concept, wherein you actually reward the player beforehand, but you say that, hey, I'm giving you this reward, but the reward can be claimed after X number of hours. And I find that call to action really powerful, because now what you're doing over here is you've told the user that, hey, this is a gift for you, but you have to actually wait in order to open that gift. So that gives a recall value for the user to come back to your game, and gives a way for you to re-incentivize the user. So you've already incentivized the user by giving this box as a gift, but then you are incentivizing the user again, saying that, hey, although you've received this, but in order to open this you have to wait. So I think this system itself is a really powerful system, and this system was originally conceptualized in I think, if I'm correct, Japanese games. So it's a wonderful system that they've devised, and a lot of popular games have actually implemented this system in their games. So yeah, some of my opinions on Gacha system. So that's it. Why the skills required for game development? Be a novice. Why are the skills required? So I mean, what you maybe your question might be, what are the skills required for game development? So it really depends on the job role that you are going after. So for programming, you require C++ or C sharp skills. For art, you have to determine, do you want to become a 2D or a 3D artist. For 3D artists, you have to know 3D modeling, texturing, or rigging, or animation, depending on your choice of expertise. For 2D art, you need to know skills, software skills. So in majority of the job roles, it's more of a software knowledge. And when it comes to marketing, then you have to pick up all your soft skills and hard skills as well, wherein you learn about what is your retention, how much is your CPI, or how what are the different types of acquisition channels that you can tap into. So all of these things. So it differs really from role to role. Ninja gaming. So, what subject we choose for programming? So, what minimum specifications need to run Unreal Engine 4? So, I think the minimum specifications for Unreal Engine 4 are already mentioned on Unreal Engine's website. So, would encourage you to just go ahead and take a look over there. It's on their official website. I don't remember it at the top of my mind right now, but just check out their website and you'll get the answer over there. When it comes to what to choose for programming, I think as a starting point, you can go ahead and learn C++. Really that should be the starting point for you to pick up a programming language. Learn all the concepts well,
and post that start experimenting hands on different game engines. As a starting point, I would recommend Unity game engine because it uses C sharp, and if you've learned C++ well, then you will be able to give a good amount of time to see to actually make games in C sharp using Unity. So yeah, which field or stream in BTech leads us to professional gaming world and placement? So, although BTech does not really offer placement in a gaming company, but what you can do is really, while you're pursuing BTech, opt for internships because internships are a really good way to get prior experience. Whenever you go to any company, the primary thing they will ask you is what is the past experience that you have. Now you may have a degree, all right, degree is good, degree is a good backup option, surely that helps. But with just a degree and no prior experience, that becomes really, not a good spot for you to be in. So start applying for internships because at least for now, no BTech course that I'm personally aware of gives you a placement in a gaming company, right? So what you need to do over here is pursue your BTech, most certainly, definitely do that. And after that, in parallel, start learning this skill, start learning how to make games. And then once you learned that, after that, start to apply for internships because once you apply for internships and you land an internship, then you get real industry exposure. And only after that will you be able to upskill yourself and get decent amount of jobs. Mohammed Asim Khan asks, please organize a session on AR VR career path and how to get ready for internships and jobs. Most certainly will do. Which field stream? Okay. Devanshi, I answered your question. PK Kushwa, hello. Scarecrow asks, hey Nikhil sir, I always wanted to become a game developer, but given the job insecurity, less salary for freshers and less entry level jobs, I gave up that dream. Your thoughts on this? So it's quite a common scenario, and I'll tell you why this happens is that the supply far outweighs the demand. So, although yes, there is demand for new developers and artists, but the supply of that is really, really high. Everyone wants to become a game developer. Everyone wants to come into this field and make games. Everyone wants to become a game artist. But the real question is there that much demand in the market? Is there a demand for freshers as much as there is for senior level talent, right? And that far outweighs, like the gap over there is tremendous. So that's the reason why the salary is less and there is no job security because the supply is constant and it's tremendous. It's just growing exponentially. So in this scenario, take whatever comes your way. Of course, yes, there will be demotivating times, but I think the only answer to that is persistence. If you're able to persist and survive in the industry, then only you will grow. So I think it's all a matter of persistence and patience and going through what you're doing and not giving up. I think even right now would be a good time to just get rid of that stigma and say that okay, whatever happens and happens, and just cope with it. If you want to do something, you will do it. Pulkit Mitch asks, how do you cope up with everything since you are a CEO and game developer for your company? So, Pulkit, I would say I would correct you by saying that not actively programming any games in my company right now. I'm purely looking at the managerial side. The way that I cope up with everything is that I have actually created a really good team that takes care of all these things for me. So I don't really have to focus on actually sitting and programming games. That really helps. So the way that I have coped up with everything is by simply creating a really good team that I can rely on, and that has really given me the confidence and the bandwidth to go after developing magic in my company. Pulkit asked again, sir, please tell us about the role of physics that takes place in game and game development. I remember this from the game Just Cause 3. So physics is really important when you're making a game, and that's primarily because when you're a programmer, all of these things are really important for you to factor into. Because otherwise, if you don't know good physics, then potentially you might end up making a game that might be buggy or just not enjoyable. So as a game programmer, if you're making a physics-based game, certainly you need to know a little bit of physics. And that's if you're making a physics-based game. If you're making a really simple game such as like a 2048, wherein you don't really need to care about the physics much, then you don't need that knowledge. But if you're making a platformer, or if you're making a open world game, or even just a side scroller, then your knowledge of physics becomes really important, because you're then working with trajectories, you're working with velocity, you're working with different types of forces. So all of these differentiations, like how is force different from velocity, all of this factual conceptual knowledge should be really clear to you. So yeah, certainly physics plays a huge role in game development. The next question is, when it comes to Prachi Patole asks, when it comes to open world games, are there any extra technologies that get involved from a hardware, software, and different tools point of view? So absolutely yes. When it comes to open world games, there are tons of systems that go into place, tons of systems. So just to give you a small example, when it comes to audio, or when you start a game, all right, when you start a game, at the very start of a AAA game, there are so many logos that pop up. There's a logo of the company. There's a logo of the hardware that gets used. There's a logo of maybe the mocap studio that they had hired. There's a logo of the middleware engine that they use. So WWise is one example of some middleware that really gets used. So open world games, making an open world games is literally as tough as rocket science, because there are so many components involved in making games that it's really tough to differentiate and keep a track of all of them. But yes, I would say that there are tons of extra technologies, and it is not just about being constrained to one single engine. There are many other middlewares and hardware requirements that you need to factor into in order to make open world games. Siddharth Singh asks why India is still lagging and not able to produce quality games. I would say that it's not true, Siddharth. I think I would request you to open up your perspective a little, because there have been some really good games that are coming out from India. And I can say this firsthand because I've seen the progress. There are some amazing games by fellow developers. There's this game called Raji. Then there's a studio called Ogre Studio, which makes some really good games. So really, if you look at it from a um, aerial perspective, there are good games and there are bad games. And it's not about India as such. It's not about a specific country. There are good game developers in every country. There are bad game developers in every country. It's just that India has now started to catch up to the world and global standards. We are now churning out some really good games. So I would say that India is on track, and we've got the population, we've got the talent in place. So just wait it out for a bit. And in fact, you don't even need to wait. There are some already really good quality published games out there. It's just a matter of discovery. These games are perhaps not getting discovered as much as they should, but just from a cosmetic perspective, there are some really amazing games being developed in India. In fact, I would say that much of the global games have had Indian talent working on the asset side of things, or the code side of things, because that's how it works. Most of the AAA studios, they essentially outsource bulk of their work to different companies, and most of the companies that have worked on some AAA titles are also based in India. So yeah. Uh, Karthik asks, are there a lot of differences between mobile versus PC games versus console games in terms of development? What does the learning curve look like? Also, amazing initiative. Thanks. Keep going. So, Karthik, yes, first of all, thank you very much for your kind words. There is tons of difference between mobile, PC, and console games. When you're developing for PC, you just really need to factor into your keyboard and mouse controls. When you're porting a game onto the mobile platform, you have to look at a lot of different types of inputs. So you have to look at gyro, you have to look at touch controls, you have to look at haptic feedback and all. So, however, still relatively making games on mobile is quite easy. When it comes to PC game, the reason why the complexity increases is that you then are looking at different hardware. Will your game work efficiently on all the different extremely variation type of hardwares that are out there? And then console is a different ball game altogether. Console is a beast because you are then actually looking at licensing cost. You are looking at a completely different exposure when it comes to controls, because now you are working with controller. You are limited with the key combinations that you have. At least on a keyboard, you have so many keys that you can work with. But when it comes to a console, if you have made a game for PC, then you have to really think about what kind of controls will be mapped onto the console platform. Really, the primary difference between a console and PC game is how effectively are the controls mapped to the gameplay. So that's the difference. And yes, it is actually quite a task to develop a game for different platforms. It's not like a one-click solution wherein you make a game for PC and it automatically gets ported. It is hard effort that goes into development, and it is hard effort that goes into also porting these games. So I hope that answers your question. Prachi Patole, thank you for your kind words. Okay, think uh, how to start game development at the age of 17. Just go ahead and watch multiple resources that are out there. How much relevance does software engineering have with game development? If you know software engineering, I think you have the aptitude, and that would certainly help you in game development. It is largely different though, like making software and making games are different things, vaguely different things. But at least as a software developer, if you have the core aptitude of making software, then that really would help you as a game developer as well. So guys, if you're watching this session and you're liking it, do hit the like button. And if you're coming onto Scalar's channel for the very first time, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you don't miss any other update or videos from Scalar Academy. Scalar really helps you in upskilling your knowledge. So certainly subscribe to the channel, check out all their content. And I already had done a session on Unity, the basics of Unity game engine. So if you are interested in that, check that out as well. All the development are similar in terms of effort required. Harshit, yeah, absolutely. Which companies give internship for gaming career during BTech? There can be multiple companies, Devanshi. I think all you need to do is first make a list of all the companies that are out there in India. Check out their websites, check out their LinkedIn pages, check out if at all there are any job postings done by them on these different job portals. One can be monster.com, one can be Naukri jobs. The really good recent times, there is a really good company called Outscale, which really helps in getting students placement. So you can check out Outscale as well. So these are the couple of things that you can find internships. Which companies give internship for? Okay, I answered that question. Highfly, what is the employee salary? So that is confidential information. Highfly, I'm sorry, I cannot be disclosing that information publicly. Bulkit means I have heard about Photon in Unity for server, and I believe it's free to make. How much does a company pay for the server? So it depends on the usage really. If you're using Photon, the very first plan of them is 20 CCU to up to 20. So up to 20 CCUs can be free. Post that, I think the pricing is mentioned on their website. What do you think of metaverse games like Decentraland, Sandbox? Do you think they have a future? So yeah, can't really say for sure because right now these are the technologies that are really riding high. So I would love to see how they scope out in terms of the future, because it would be interesting to see if they can be a complete game changer for game development, or and they will have mass level adoption. Because without mass level adoption, it will be really difficult for us to say if these will continue to grow. Maybe perhaps they can eventually become like a niche wherein the whales of games, right? The whales are like the super high spenders, and continue investing their time and effort and money in these games, because when it comes to games, whales are the biggest spenders, and when it comes to crypto games, whales are the only people that you find in crypto games, because the barrier to entry to these games is extremely high. Pulkit means Rockstar is something I will search for it. Muhammad Asim Khan asked how to create a team for game development AR VR. Second year students interested in AR VR. I'm in my college and have juniors interested in game developers AR VR. What should I do? Set up a AR VR company. So find like-minded people at your level. Being a second year student, you have a lot of time on your hand. What you can do is essentially
talk to these people and ask them if they would like to partner up with you and be a part of your team. If that can happen, then well and good. Then you've got your team. Otherwise, start talking to like-minded people. Start researching about this field in Facebook groups or whatever, and that's how you will be able to create a team. And by the way, from my side, I wish you all the best to come up with your AR/VR company. All the best. Phantom, future of hyper casual games for Android. So hyper casual games are interesting, but to come up with new ideas for hyper casual games is the toughest job. While these games are really good to play, it is now interesting to see that now that we've seen so many hyper casual games, how are we really going to innovate on this category? So that would be interesting to see. Certainly, new people bring in new ideas to the table, so there will be innovations. But I think to a large extent, we've seen the wave of hyper casual games, and they've been really amazing so far. Looking forward to see what lies in the future, and what kind of new concepts come up in the future as well. Prince P voice is coming. Perhaps it might be because of a light echo in my room. Maybe that's the reason why it can be weird for you. Thoughts on WebAssembly and game development crossover? Uh, WebAssembly and game so like there are also HTML games, right? So yeah, that's also there. What is the effect of playing video games on human mind? So there can be two kinds of effects. One can be the positive effect and negative effect. Certainly, touching a little bit upon the negative side of things, anything done in excess can be negative. But if done in a controlled manner, games can be a really positive impact. Because I remember and I know that playing Assassin's Creed, for that matter, really brushed up my knowledge in history. Being a part of MMORPGs helped me with my typing speed. So there can be a lot of interesting positive outcomes from games. It's just it's a really good reflex mechanism as well. It improves your reflexes. But anything done in excess really is damaging. So make sure you play games in a controlled manner. And that's my advice. So in one sentence, how would you explain that in game development, most things such as audio, it's all connected? In one sentence, if I were to explain, I would say it's a marriage of all these beautiful skills, right? Because when you're making games, you're giving life to inanimate objects. And in order to do that, you really have to think out of the box and push yourself beyond the limits. So yeah, that's my thoughts on game development. Devanshi, thank you very much for the kind words. FBI Edits, hello. So I believe that brings us to the end of the session. We've got the last 5 minutes. So I will take last one question or so. I think I'll wrap up with Pulkit Min's question. What are some laws in India for video games and its development? I think the laws in India are very much favorable for game development, and we as a country have now also started supporting game development. Our honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he also announced his support for the gaming industry, and I think that serves as a really good validation for the industry. So I would like to officially thank him for doing this for the community of game developers. That's a really good move. In addition to that, I would say keep on. I think there are some laws with regards to the gambling space, which by far needs to be regulated, obviously, most certainly. But I think the overall other laws are very much unfavorable for game development, and that's a really good way to look at it from future perspective, because the scope of game development in India seems really bright for now, and looking forward to have continued the same in the future as well. So I believe that brings us to the end of this session. As a last call to action, I would say that if you are new over here, subscribe to Scaler's channel. They put out some really good content with regards to different type of skills. So if you want to learn any technical skills, Scaler is the channel for you. Subscribe to them and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any other videos from their end. Additionally, if you liked today's session, please hit the like button and share it on your social media so that you are able to share this wealth of knowledge with your friends and colleagues who might potentially be interested in game development as well. So with that said, I would like to thank you all for being present on a Saturday evening. on Scalar's YouTube channel, and looking forward to provide much more value. Please do follow Scalar on all of their social media platforms as well. And would like to end this note thanking Scalar as well for inviting me on your channel. With that, I'm signing off. A small reintroduction to myself is my name is Nikhil Malkar. I've been in this industry since 2013. I've made a lot of games, and I feel privileged to be able to spend this time with you all on this Saturday evening and provide some value to you. So that's it from my side, and take care. Have a safe weekend, and yeah, that's it.